All right, everybody, thank you very much. It is now just gone 9:30, so it's time for the inquiry to resume. Just a few of the normal announcements. Mobile phones, please make sure they're to silence. If we do hear the fire alarm, it will be the real thing. So we go out of one of the two fire exits, down the stairs, congregate in the council's car park. Don't come back until we're told it's safe to do so. Can everyone manage stairs? Everyone happy? Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. So I would quite like to finish today at around 4, please, if we can. Have you seen the revised timetable?
Thank you, yes. Just this morning we've received it.
Yes,
Thank you very much.
Everybody should have a copy of that wending their way to you. I mean, it's updated as best we can, obviously not quite knowing what's in store for us, but hopefully it will reflect what's going to happen. But everybody is asked to be, please, must be flexible in the highways section. So we will be moving things up if we finish early, or obviously the other way round. If it goes on, then we will obviously have to move things down. So everyone be prepared for that. Just one point on your evidence, Mr. Bamber. Could you be directed by Mr. Bell, please? Mr. Bell will ask you. It's a normal way to do it. Is Mr. Bell will ask you the questions and you'll answer them. All right, because otherwise I think it's going to take far too long. The point is everybody's read your evidence. All right. So, all right. Anything anybody else wants to say?
Thank you. No, thank you. Thank you very much.
No? All right. Thank you. Right. Well,
I'm so sorry. There is something we're going to have. We've got, you know, the
books.
we've got printouts of the plan of the
fantastic.
highway.
Well done.
Yeah, well, I've nothing to do with it.
Well done to whoever did it.
Can I just to explain the form of them?
Let me just give them. I'll hand them and
Yes.
you can discuss.
Yeah.
All right then. Yes, thank you. Lovely. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Let me just come back. I'm sure you can have one.
I think Mr. Bell should have one.
So, this just to clarify what this is. So it's a version of what we had on site when we did the site walkover. When we had the tablet, which I think is the bit you were looking for. Yeah. So what we've done to turn it into a printable form, we've split it up into A3 pages, which should broadly correlate to the drawings in the transport assessment. So each tile, if you see on this front page, would correlate with a tile in the transport assessment drawing. So to just try and find some consistency, and I think you can see from the front that it was too much to do in one sheet. Yeah. The only other the description of the red, the green, etc. that was in the cover email previously is the same. It's consistent with that. So the actual drawing you see is the same as on the site visit. The cutting and the that's right. The only other thing to make people aware of is that when we tried to go to print from Google Earth, it was really low resolution. So to try and make it usable, we've just imported a different satellite background from a more high resolution source, because you couldn't do the zooming that we were doing on site and retain it. So it's just an alternative background aerial image that provides a bit more clarity. But just to explain it, because it will look slightly different if you compare it to the Google Earth, because there's slightly different sources of aerial photography. I think this is actually slightly newer. So when you look at areas around Stones Farm, for instance, it shows the construction site in place. So hopefully a bit more useful, in fact. Yeah, it's not specifically scaled, but because we've kept the same orientation and page sizing as the drawings in the transport assessment. So I would suggest that any scaling, we go back to the drawings in the transport assessment, because they are scaled, printed drawings at scale. So it's got an indicative scale on the side of it for you, but yeah, I wouldn't encourage people to get a ruler out on this. I think it's better done on the scale drawings.
Madam, I should say by way of housekeeping, there's one other point. You'll recall yesterday that Mr. Bamber referred to an extract from the IEMA guidelines.
Yes.
Mr. Bamber has attended with a hard copy of the IEMA guidelines today, but with the assistance of Mr. Wild and the applicant, we're arranging for electronic copies to be provided to the programme officer. And by electronic copies, I mean relevant extracts, not the whole thing.
Right, so hard copies are going to be given, are they?
I think electronic copies are being provided to the programme officer. I'm sure if you need a hard copy, we can arrange for a...
No, I just... Okay. That one.
So we've got a scanned version of the same
Okay,
document.
so it can go on as a core document.
So colleagues will send that to the programme officers shortly.
Yeah, okay, that's great. So that will be a core document, and obviously this booklet will be put on the documents list as well. I think as an inquiry document. Oh, that's a point. Can we?
We'll need to send it. We'll do that. We'll do that. The PDF
Can it go
of this
digitally?
booklet,
It can go digitally, can it?
it can go in as a PDF. I would have thought.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Anything else? Right, okay, thank you very much. Over to you, Mr. Bell.
Thank you, Madam. Good morning again, Mr. Bamber. So this morning we're continuing with your evidence in chief, and we've moved on to your issue 2, unreasonable assumptions about mode share, which is PDF page 14 in your main proof. Before we go through this, I just want to come back to something that you referenced yesterday, that you kind of said you wanted to discuss during the mode share, and that's this concept of predict and provide. Are you able to explain what predict and provide is?
Yes, I think you're referring to decide and provide.
Sorry, decide and provide.
Yes, thank you. And this is central to a lot of the points that I make, Ma'am. So it's very important that I do go through this carefully. If you try and find clear guidance about what decide and provide means, all roads lead back to the TRICS guidance, which is if you like, the definitive document that we've got these days. Most local authorities, if they've got some guidance themselves, they'll refer back to that. So if I could take you to that document, that is CD 24.7.1.
Thank you. Just a minute. Okay.
So on the front cover there, you see the subtitle on the practical implementation of the decide and provide approach. So it is taking what is generally put forward as an idea, if you like, and breaking that down into what that actually means in terms of planning. So if I take you, please, to section 6, so page 17 of that document.
Thank you. Just a minute.
And that's the section that is gets to the core of this, entitled "What is Visioning?"
So, can I just ask for clarification? Is this is another way of saying the vision-led approach? Isn't it?
Yes, exactly.
Thank you. Sorry, what page did you say again?
Page 17 of the PDF, and it's the beginning of section 6.
Righty.
So paragraph 6.2 states it will be for the applicant stroke plan maker to put forward the vision accompanied by an evidence-led approach. So there we have a clear statement that the vision needs to be tied to evidence. Then if we could turn, I'll just move down a little bit to 6.10. So I'll read that out. The stated vision for a plan or project will help inform the degree to which the above parameters or levers are used in combination to factor assessment assumptions to a specific future assessment year. It is important that this is done with a high degree of clarity and transparency, drawing from evidentiary sources where available and appropriate. So again, it is saying that a vision needs to be tied directly to evidence, to sources of evidence that will inform that vision.
And so if I can just pause you here. Now, I think where we're going with this is the points that you make in section 3 of your proof about the evidence produced by the applicant. So what further is it that you want to say in respect of the evidence that's been provided to support their assumptions?
The point that I make is that the vision, which informs the mode share, which is the issue that I'm dealing with in this chapter, is not backed up by clear evidence. It is not based on observations, data, information that will allow us to decide, and that is the approach we're looking at, to decide what we can achieve. And when we look at the modes in particular, this will become clear what I'm saying.
What does the TRICS guidance say about evidence?
I think probably best to go to section 8 when you're ready, Mum. On page, let's have a look. Page 24 of the TRICS document. And there at the top we have a convenient summary. What about evidence? Obviously this chapter of the TRICS document is dealing with evidence. It states a clear evidence-based approach to decide and provide should be taken and reported upon in the TA or TS accordingly. A robust evidentiary base, transparently and accurately sourced, remains as important as ever. Up-to-date and relevant evidence should be cited wherever possible. So what this is saying is that the most important thing about the decide and provide approach is not that we decide on something and then somehow it magically happens. The most important part of it is the provide part. We need to provide infrastructure which we know can achieve the level of sustainable travel that we are deciding upon. My criticism of Mr. Wilde is that he has done this the wrong way round. He has made a decision. In fact, you could say he has just stopped at decide. But that is not the approach that is required according to the guidance and according to rational practice, reasonable practice in transport planning. the other point about this, if we are looking at evidence, we can never be entirely certain about the future. And that's dealt with in the TRICS guidance because it deals with uncertainty. And if we look, I think it's right at the end of the document, section 22, we have a summary checklist of things that should have been done to approach the decide and provide approach. And in that summary checklist, we have... Yes, please. Page 63, if you could, ma'am. We have there, let's see, 1, 2, 2, 3, 4, 6. So there 6 bullet points from the bottom. We have open acknowledgement of any areas of uncertainty. So there should be due consideration given to the uncertainty that we would expect when we are predicting into the future, particularly if we're predicting some way into the future. I do not believe that this has been done. Uncertainty has not been identified. All we have is an initial assessment made of mode share, which I'll come on to. And then we have a supplementary scenario where we have a different decision made about the level of sustainable travel. But it's not tied to evidence, and it is not covering the uncertainty. If we were going to think about uncertainty in a logical way, then we would say, well, at one end of this spectrum, we could have business as usual from this development. So we would have trip rates that you would expect to get in locations such as this. At the other end of the spectrum, you would have a situation where you put in place as many or as much infrastructure and measures that you can, that on the basis of evidence can give you confidence that that will lead to a higher level of sustainable travel. So then you can test the best case that we could achieve and the worst case. That does not undermine the decide and provide approach. That is a fundamental aspect of it. And needs to be done so that we are not moving into an area of just conjecture, of making up a number and thinking, well, that'll be fine, won't it?
So I think before we come into the analysis as to what you say in respect of the evidence that's been provided, I think it'd be quite helpful just to have your view on how this feeds into the vision-led approach that the NPPF requires. Is there anything you want to say about that?
Yeah, the NPPF, since the latest version, December last year, it mentions vision-led in paragraphs 109, 115, and 118. So it appears in the transport section. So it's an important new aspect of the NPPF. The NPPF also helpfully provides a glossary at the end, and the vision-led approach is included in that glossary. So when it's convenient, Mum, if you could turn that up, the NPPF, towards the end. Appendix 2 is the glossary, so a couple of pages before the end. And so we've got the vision-led approach there, so I'll read that out. An approach to transport planning based on setting outcomes for a development based on achieving well-designed, sustainable and popular places, and providing the transport solutions to deliver those outcomes, as opposed to predicting future demand to provide capacity, often referred to as predict and provide. So there it is it is identifying a distinction between what it sees as the previous or the approach that's generally been adopted to date, and a new approach, the vision-led approach. Now, the word that I want to direct you to, Ma'am, is, or the words are on the third line there, providing the transport solutions. The emphasis is on providing the transport solutions that will do something better than we've had in the past. It is not saying we can wish into existence people behaving in a different way. We can't do that. What the NPPF wants to achieve is better transport planning, better developments, more thought and investment in sustainable travel. That is what it is, what the vision-led approach is all about, and that is quite clear from this definition in the glossary. The paragraph 116 of the NPPF, when the draft of the latest version of the NPPF came out last summer, the end of paragraph 116 included the words "in all tested scenarios." Now that was dropped in the final version and was replaced by taking into account all reasonable future scenarios. The wording "in all tested scenarios" was not deemed to be good enough. It failed the tests. It was dropped in favour of taking into account all reasonable future scenarios. So I think the fact that there's obviously been a change there draws our attention to those words that include reasonable. Now, a reasonable future scenario ties in quite nicely with what I've been describing about the decide and provide approach, because the decide and provide approach is a reasoned approach to transport planning. It is looking at what we can achieve, which has to be based on evidence, and what we know can be done, the relationship between the provision of infrastructure or services and the outcomes that result from that. And then on that basis, deciding on what we can achieve. If we abandon the idea of being reasonable and we abandon evidence, as Mr. Wilde seems to suggest in various places in his proof, then I think we might as well just pack up and go home. We certainly won't get the quality places that the NPPF is seeking to achieve.
Section 3 deals with your analysis and criticisms of Mr. Wilde's assumptions and how they've been factored in. Since you drafted this proof, there's obviously been more discussion, more material, including the rebuttals. Has your view changed as to whether or not Mr. Wilde has now presented any evidence to support the applicant's approach to mode share?
No. He obviously had an opportunity to produce evidence as part of the transport assessment. The only evidence is the iWeighed data, which I'll come on to, and I have criticisms of that. iWeighed data, I'll refer it to the double area 007 sticks in my mind for obvious reasons, but it's we'll come on to that. So I'll come on to that data.
So just to put a marker down, you start discussing the iWeighed data and explaining kind of your views and what it is at 3.11 of your proof.
Yes, that's right, yes. And Mr. Wilde also had an opportunity in his rebuttal to provide evidence for the assumptions that he has made, and he doesn't.
So if we can maybe turn now to your explanation as to your concerns about the iWade or 007 data.
Yeah, I think the quickest way to do it, ma'am, if I refer you to, let's see, one of my appendices. So Appendix BRB 1, first appendix.
So to explain this appendix is first referenced at 3.15 of your proof, and this is your detailed analysis of the census data.
Yes. Now, Mr. Wilde doesn't anywhere that I've seen actually produce the kind of raw census data, but what I've been able to do is reproduce what I think is the data that he's used to come up with his initial estimates of sustainable mode share. And I need to stress here that what we're thinking about is the assumptions that have been made for the development, for the trips between the development and Sittingbourne. I'm only thinking about those. This is not to do with the internal trips. That is a separate issue. I do comment on longer trips beyond Sittingbourne later, but essentially this part is thinking about how people will travel between the site and Sittingbourne. I don't, again, forgive me, I don't know how familiar you are with the census data, the NOMIS kind of tables, but essentially you can pull out of the census data various data sets, and one of them is quite helpful. You can look at an area and you can get information about where and how those people living in that area are travelling to work. So it is the most commonly used proxy for identifying how people are currently travelling from a given area. Now, those areas are defined as certain output areas at certain levels within the database. That doesn't really matter. I think the important thing is that some of the data sets, you're a bit limited in what areas you can pick out. You have to pick out what is most appropriate for what you're trying to achieve. So if we look at the second page of my appendix BRB1, we see there at the top the 007 area with the dark line around it. You can see Sittingbourne at the bottom. You can see iWade, the village of iWade is sitting in the centre of that area, and that's why it's been used as a convenient label for this area. But if you look at it, you can see that it doesn't just include iWade. It includes a large area to the south that is essentially part of the Sittingbourne built-up area around Kemsley, the northern part of Sittingbourne. And Kemsley contains not only large numbers of residential units, but it also contains a lot of employment. If we take the 007 data and apply it to this development in terms of trips into Sittingbourne, we're not comparing like with like. This area, 007 area, contains a lot of employment within the area. Now, there is employment within the proposed development, but that is a separate issue because that is employment that will attract internal trips. The data from the 007 area will include trips from within that area to that area. So they're not trips into Sittingbourne, they are trips internal to the area, and that is not a like-for-like comparison. We can also see that Kemsley is not separated from Sittingbourne like the development is. The vast majority of the settlement, that is. So again, this area is not a reasonable proxy for the new development because it doesn't take into account the issues that I described yesterday about separation. It is adjoining Sittingbourne, and therefore the trip patterns and people's choices of mode will reflect that.
And I think this is where at 3.12 of your proof you describe comparing this as apples with pears.
Yes.
So if we can have a look at 3.13, where you start discussing the source data to be used as the baseline for external trips, what further do you want to say about that?
Yes, so if we look at to the previous page, apologies, covered in tables. The top table is, as far as I can tell, what Mr. Wild has used as the basis for his sustainable travel mode share, because I get a sustainable mode share of, well, if we exclude motorcycle and taxi, it's 31.4. But if we sort of just take away car drivers from 100%, we get 33%, which is the figure that Mr. Wild identifies as, if you like, the baseline figure. Can you see the 66.8 there, Mum? I've put it in bold, so that's the car driver mode share. So I believe what's happened, and Mr. Wild can confirm this, what he has done is said, well, that's the car driver mode share, so we'll call the remainder of the travel sustainable mode. So we end up with 33%.
And for the inspector's note, that's covered in 3.16 and 3.17 of your proof.
Yes. So then what I have done, because there are these two problems with the data, first of all, that it includes internal trips to the employment within the area, and secondly, it's not separated from Sittingbourne. I've done two more levels of analysis to see what happens if, first of all, we exclude the trips that are internal to the 007 area, and secondly, I have removed those parts of Sittingbourne that lie immediately adjacent to the area. So what I've tried to do is test to see what the effect would be if you start to strip out the discrepancies between the source data and the areas, this development, that we're comparing it with. And then I think it's best then, we don't need necessarily to look at those tables in detail, but go back to my main text, table 3.2, where I summarise the outcome. I'll just briefly describe that when...
And that's page 17 of the main proof.
Page 14.
Oh, sorry, I'm working to the PDF page 17.
So top line, well, we've got the various modes across the top, and then the rows go down the various scenarios. So the top one, we've got the applicant's original baseline. Microphone. Oh, sorry, it's gone off.
So that 31.5% is the is 100% minus 66.8, is it?
No. There is a slight sort of complication in the data because Mr. Wild has included taxis and motorcycles, I believe, as part of the sustainable mode share. which sort of increases that sustainable level up to the 33.2%, if we're going to take it to the 10th. But that's the reason why there's a slight difference between that 31.5% and the 33% that Mr. Wilde uses as, if you like, the baseline.
So you haven't included those?
Not in that table, no.
Right, okay.
I've just essentially added up train, bus, car passenger, bicycle, and travel on foot.
So just to be clear, why was it not necessary to include taxi and such like in that figure?
Well, I mean, taxi is not a sustainable mode. It is a highly unsustainable mode because quite often you're doing 2 trips just for 1 trip, if you like, because the taxi goes there and back. Half of the travel, it's empty. So it should, strictly speaking, be excluded. But I think what has happened, Mr. Wilde has just approximated and taken away car driver mode share from 100%.
Sorry, I'm probably being a bit not very.
No, it's
whatever.
yeah.
I don't quite understand where you've got that 31.5%. Is this excluding internal trips and
No, that is.
or is this from 007?
This is 007. This is the raw data. I haven't adjusted it for proximity to Sittingbourne or internal trips. I'm presenting that as, if you like, Mr. Wilde's figure.
So you've basically added all the modes that you've used from that first table,
Yes.
and it adds to that, does it? Right. Okay.
Yeah. It says underneath the table 31.4, and in the summary table it's 31.5. I think that's just a rounding error, but it's.
Sorry, where does it say 31.4?
In the appendix.
see.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. Okay.
And I have also distinguished between total sustainable and then including car passenger. This is an important point because if we're thinking about how much we can increase sustainable travel, car passenger isn't amenable to, for example, putting on more bus services or putting in a cycle lane. It's something that is more difficult to control. But again, for the sake of simplicity, I've just left it in there.
That is one of the measures, isn't it? That traditionally are encouraged. Car sharing is a
Yes.
reasonable, isn't it?
Yes. Yeah. It is. Yeah. It is. It is encouraged. It's in the context of a residential travel plan. It's much more difficult to achieve anything. If you've got travel plans started off as workplace travel plans, because you've got a lot more control over your employees. You can control the car park. You can provide incentives. Vodafone in Newbury, where I live, they built a headquarters and they offered staff £1,000 a year if they didn't bring their cars into work, and they regularly monitored surrounding roads to make sure staff weren't parking on residential roads, and then they put on bus services and excellent sort of cycle connections, bus services picking up from the station, and then in that sort of situation, car sharing becomes the obvious choice. If you can find someone to share with, that can be quite effective. When you go into the context of a residential travel plan, where we're working with a much less controllable kind of situation, it's very difficult to achieve too much. You can sort of encourage people, but essentially what we live in a free market for transport, and I don't think anyone is suggesting that we coerce people into doing things.
Well, I suppose that's the same with any any residential travel plan. You can't make people do anything, can you? Even go on bikes or walk or whatever.
That is one of the problems,
really.
and what you can achieve with a residential travel plan is quite modest. If you can achieve a 5% mode shift, you're doing quite well on and that requires constant monitoring and reinforcement.
Okay, thank you.
So going back to my table 3.2, so we have the proxy for Mr. Wilde's baseline. Then we move to what Mr. Wilde has assumed for the first set of modelling, the original modelling, which is 50% of people in the development travelling to Sittingbourne by sustainable modes.
If I can pause you there. So we've got the assumption of up to 50%. Have you seen evidence backing up that assumption?
No evidence at all. And if we go from Mr. Wilde's 33%, the baseline, up to 50%, in terms of the sustainable travel, that's not a 17% increase. That is more than doubling the level of sustainable travel between Sittingbourne and the development compared to the I-Way, the 007 area. So that is an enormous assumption to make, that this proposed development will somehow achieve double the amount of sustainable travel that is currently happening between Area 007 and Sittingbourne.
And where'd you get that from?
That's just simply that 17% is more than half of 33.
Okay.
Simple. Yeah, it's just a percentage increase over existing levels.
Okay.
And then if we look at his supplementary scenario, he has gone further. He has increased the sustainable transport level up to 65%. So that is it's over 200% increase, isn't it?
And again, what evidence from Mr. Wilde have you seen to support that supplementary uplift?
He offers no evidence. He just states that it is an aspiration.
And what is the problem with just stating it's an aspiration?
Well, it's entirely contrary to guidance. We cannot just make up a number because it's not just a number. This number fundamentally affects the way the transport model operates and the results we get from the model. Every time we take out 1 or 2 or 5 or 10% of private cars, that has a very dramatic effect on the model because we're losing hundreds. When we're looking at differences of 200% in terms of sustainable travel, that's probably over 1,000 or thousands of trips are just being evaporated from the model. There has to be evidence to demonstrate that these figures could be achieved, and there is no evidence before us. But it doesn't stop there. If we look at what happens if we strip out those issues about internal and separation, which I've done in the final 2 rows of that table, basically summarising the census data.
Can you just explain how you've done that, please?
So if we look at so if you turn the page to the map,
Yep.
And there I've identified swale areas 007, which is the Iwade and Kemsley,
Right.
and then areas 009 and 010, 10. Those are the two areas that sit between the swale 007 area and the rest of Sittingbourne. So the first thing I've done, so the second from the bottom row in my table 3.2, I haven't ignored areas 9 and 10. All I've done is asked the census data to give me only those trips that go outside of swale 007 area.
Oh, I see.
And that's what I want. I want the trips that go outside, because when I'm applying this to the strategic model, the trips I'm thinking of are the trips that go outside the development into Sittingbourne, not the trips that are internal to the development. So that's the first row that so the result of that is that we get 27.9% sustainable modes. So it is about 5% lower than Mr. Wild's 33%. And then if I then do the best I can to try and strip out the effect of Kemsley being actually attached to Sittingbourne, so it's easy to walk from some parts of Kemsley into Sittingbourne and those destinations that are within walking distance. If I take those two areas out and just look at the mode of travel between 007 area and the remaining parts of Sittingbourne, we get, as you would expect, a lower sustainable mode share. We're going down now to 21.7%, which reflects the fact that we are the distance between the 007 area and the rest of Sittingbourne is now more difficult to walk.
Sorry. So you've excluded trips into Kemsley, and how have you done that? Is that how you?
So the first step, the 27.9%.
No, I understand that.
That's yes. And so the second step,
Yeah.
it's let's say in the previous step, it included trips that are going from the 007 area to areas 9 and 10.
Yes.
But those areas are very close to 007 area.
Right.
So it's not fair to use that as a proxy for the development, because the development is not adjacent to Sittingbourne. It's separated from Sittingbourne.
But is that not the area that's got things like the station and the shops and all that other
Yeah,
stuff in it?
yes.
So why would people want to walk to other bits of like Eden Village or? I don't quite understand that.
Sorry,
Well, if you've excluded the area with the shops and the station and all the places people might want to walk,
yeah. Well, no,
then
that's a fair point.
why would they want to walk?
Yes, no,
It's a suburban bit of
no, it's a
Sittingbourne.
perfectly reasonable question. I'm limited by what I can get. If you recall,
It's got to be a good proxy, though, hasn't it? Otherwise, it's not really.
yes,
Really.
yes. I'm not saying this is a definitive assessment.
Yeah.
All I'm trying to demonstrate, which is, it's not a profound point. What I'm trying to demonstrate is that if we take data from 007 area and a large section of that 007 area is within easy walking distance of Sittingbourne, then that data is not appropriate to be applied to the development. It is going to overestimate the amount of walking. So I fully accept that there are methodological problems, particularly with that bottom figure of 21.7%, but I am confident that what that is showing and what you would expect is that if you exclude areas that are close, easy walkable distances, there are going to be fewer people walking. It's a very simple point, really, and perhaps I've overcomplicated it.
Okay.
Now, I think yesterday we heard quite a lot about what makes an attractive cycling and a walking route in terms of topography and distances and such like. Now, have you seen any analysis by Mr. Wild of the kind of individual modes, so to speak?
No, there's no assessment at all of individual modes. He just deals with this combined sustainable travel mode. Going from 33% up to 50 and then up to 65, but that is not disaggregated at any stage, and no evidence is provided to show, for example, how pedestrians might be encouraged or the effects that infrastructure might have on cyclists. None of that.
Now, if we turn back to your proof at 3.21, we start a section entitled Evidence from Existing Mode Share. Logic check, and within this section I think it would be quite useful if you could explain to the inspector the analysis that you've done and the mode shares that you've found at 3.22 and table 3.3.
Yes, so what the reason for doing this is because we are in a situation where a lot hinges on this particular figure. And if we take, iWade and Kemsley as the only source of information, and it is the only information that has been put forward, then there is a danger that perhaps there is something happening that we're not aware of. Perhaps there's something that is making it unrepresentative. So what I would just wanted to check was the general travel modes within Sittingbourne itself. So I've done an assessment just to see how people living in Sittingbourne and working in Sittingbourne travel to work. So my table 3.3 just summarises that information, and it's generally in line with what we'd expect it to be, given what we see in the 007 area. We have a very low train percentage, which is hardly surprising because we're looking at travel to and from Sittingbourne. So why anyone would be travelling by train, I think they must have misunderstood the question. 1.4% bus, so a very low proportion of bus use, which is a little bit, it's lower than the amount of bus use in the 007 area. Motorcycle use, that's 1%. That's fairly consistent in most places. Car driver is 58.1%. That is... I'm saying surprising. That is typically what you would get in a kind of urban area like this. A number of people, over half in this case, are driving to their place of work within Sittingbourne. Car passenger, again, 7.8 is in line with the kind of figures we're seeing with the other areas. Bicycle, we've got 4% there, so people living and working in Sittingbourne, 4% of them are cycling to work. And then the interesting one here is the walk. We have a high level of walking into work. And that is, if you like, the exception, but not a surprising exception, because people living in Sittingbourne, as I discussed or explained yesterday, the town's is largely contained within 2 kilometres. So a lot of people within Sittingbourne have the opportunity to walk a reasonable distance to work. Just employment trips, yes. We don't have detailed information about other trips. So we have to be a little bit careful sometimes. For example, train travel using the census data can be overestimated because train tends to be used a bit more for commuting than other trips.
So at 3.23 of your proof, we have your conclusions that most sustainable modes are used at low levels, and that's train, bus, bicycle, with the exception of walking. We then move on to 3.24, where you discuss if you were to use the data for Sittingbourne as a whole. Can you just explain your analysis and conclusion there?
So what I've done there is just look at what the existing sustainable travel levels are. So there I have identified 7% by public transport, 2% by public transport, that's half a percent by train, but it's just adding up the percentages in table 3.2. So it's 0.5 plus 1.4% gives you the 2% public transport, 4% cycling, and walking I've put at 1%. Now this is a matter of some dispute between Mr. Wild and myself. We looked at plans yesterday that show that the town centre is not within 2 kilometres of the vast majority of the development. So my view is that a negligible amount of walking between the development and Sittingbourne would occur if this development were to go ahead.
And what do you use to support that view?
Largely the distance barrier. You cannot expect anything more than a tiny minority of people to walk more than 2 kilometres to undertake everyday activities.
About employment trips again, people from the site going to work in Sittingbourne.
Well, I am looking here. I would be at this point. I'm, as Mr. Wild has, expanding this to include all journey types.
Even though it's based on just
Yes,
trips.
because the census data, which is travel to work trips, is the best information we've got. We don't have information about leisure, retail. It's just not available.
Okay.
So what happens is that we take the travel to work data as the best information that's available. Use it cautiously. As I pointed out, there are issues with it in some respects. But certainly, if I'm talking about walking between the site and Sittingbourne, that would apply to any trip type.
Okay.
And so, just to explain, where we say that the census data is the best you've got, but that's only in respect of work trips, how do you arrive at these figures?
I thought I just explained where they... Sorry,
I wasn't entirely clear as to how you actually arrived at these figures.
These are just based on those living and working within Sittingbourne. So it's based on the figures in table 3.3.
Just added them up, I think, haven't you?
Yeah.
So if we carry on into your proof, we have this section, a more optimistic sustainable mode share for trips into Sittingbourne. Again, if you could just explain your analysis and conclusions there.
Yes. Again, I'm setting out it's a way to try and think about what has been presented and what could potentially happen. Now, I'm sure in cross-examination I will be criticised because I don't present any evidence to support these figures. But I put them forward because the point I'm trying to make is that even if you double existing levels of sustainable travel, you end up with something that is still far below what Mr. Wilde is assuming for the proposed development.
Thank you. At 3.27 of your proof, you reference local evidence supporting your analysis. What local evidence are you referring to there?
The local evidence is essentially the what we've gone through, the travel to work data, the census data. So I have sought to use that evidence to explore, to examine these patterns of movement.
Thank you. We come on to a section, evidence from other sources, wider context, starting at 3.28 of your proof. And I think it'd be helpful to explain to the inquiry as to why you discuss Cambridge in this section.
I chose Cambridge because it's one of the most sustainable cities I could think of within this country. So my reasoning was, well, let's look at what we know is a highly sustainable city. There are differences between Cambridge and Sittingbourne. Obviously, there's an enormous student population in Cambridge, different histories. Cambridge is a bit bigger than Sittingbourne. It's about 6 kilometres across, whereas Sittingbourne's about 4 kilometres across. There were many differences, but what I wanted to do was put forward something that is known to be a highly sustainable settlement, and then compare that with what is being predicted for this development.
And it's set out in your proof, but just in summary, what was the result of the comparison?
The result of the comparison was that I found that Cambridge is less sustainable than Mr. Wilde believes this new development will be. And I cannot. There is no evidence before me that could possibly demonstrate that this could be the case. So I use this to as a range check to make it patently obvious that the level of sustainable travel for this development into Sittingbourne has been grossly exaggerated.
So coming on to implications for impact assessments at 3.34, and here you include an analysis of the supplementary forecast. I think it would be helpful if you could just explain kind of your view on the supplementary forecast or scenario presented by Mr. Wilde.
Yes, so what I am doing here, again, it is very difficult for me to interrogate exactly what Mr. Wilde has done, because there are so many parts of this that are missing from the evidence base that's been presented. But what I have done is taken the original assessments, the traffic modelling, and I've got the source under the table there, and I've looked at the Woodstock Road corridor, which is it is essentially the only way in from Highsted into Sittingbourne from the development, unless you go the entire length of the Southern Relief Road and use the A2, or you go the other way and run through Borden or the villages around the other side of Sittingbourne. So it is the corridor that's most sensitive it's like I suppose it's the litmus test of this development in terms of assumptions about mode share and impact. So in my table 3.5, I compare the traffic flows that are predicted on Woodstock Road in the original assessments, in the AM and PM peaks, and you can see the numbers there: 1,826 vehicles passing in the AM and 2,139 in the PM peak. And then I've looked at the supplementary forecast, and we have lower figures, which we'd expect because Mr. Wild has increased the assumptions about sustainable mode share between the development and Sittingbourne by 15%. So the difference in the peaks is between 533 and 675 vehicle movements.
So sorry, is this so this includes the original uplift and then the supplementary uplift, is it?
Yes, so the first,
First one is the original uplift. is
Yeah.
it?
yeah, so that's the 50%
Okay.
sustainable, and the supplementary is the 65% sustainable.
Okay.
And at 3.35 of the proof, you explain as to why this is important, given the demonstration relies heavily on assumptions about mode share. And then we come on to 3.36. And if you just want to explain the points that you're making there.
Yes. So the point I come on to is that the impact on this corridor is highly sensitive to the assumptions about sustainable mode share. If the only difference in the original modelling and the supplementary modelling was that difference in assumed the 50% going to the 65%, then I could say with confidence that these figures are associated just with that mode share assumption. But I can't do that because the supplementary modelling includes one or two other things as well. It includes the signalisation of the Tunstall Road junction. It includes, I think it might include some slightly altered assumption about traffic growth, background traffic growth, and also I believe what they call a time penalty has been added to Woodstock Road to reflect the fact that the latest proposal is to allow on-street parking on Woodstock Road, which would act to traffic calm, delay drivers a little bit more. Now, if I think about those other changes to the model, I think the 5-second penalty is neither here nor there. I don't think 5 seconds difference in journey time would affect drivers' behaviour, and if the model thinks it does, I think there's probably something wrong with the model. I believe from the discussions yesterday that the differences in assumptions about background traffic growth are neither here nor there. So I don't think that is affecting these figures. And the other point about the signalisation of the Tunstall Road junction, I can't see how that can affect these figures because in the original modelling, there were queues of 537 vehicles at the Woodstock Road mini roundabout, and that didn't seem to be deterring people from using that route. So my conclusion from the information that is available to me is that the Woodstock Road corridor is highly sensitive to that assumption about mode share. What has happened when we go to the supplementary scenario that Mr. Wild will describe as a more aspirational scenario is that the level of impact has fallen away to, I wouldn't say nothing, but a much, much lower level compared to what it was previously.
So if we come on to paragraph 3.39 of your proof, your second sentence in that paragraph, you say you have some concerns about the assumptions made about sustainable mode share for other external trips. Can you just explain what you mean about those concerns?
Yes. What the basis of this is that the external trips, they're not going to impact on the Woodstock Road corridor, but where they are going to impact is the strategic network. So the new motorway junction, further afield on the relief roads and on the A2. So it's important, I know, that we also think about this. Now, I think it was Mr. Howell yesterday. He made the point, which I think is correct, that trips on the strategic network, the longer distance trips, are much less sensitive to measures to encourage sustainable travel. We know that. Sometimes you can, if you've got very good access to rail services, you can promote rail as an alternative for longer distance trips. But the general kind of things that you have in travel plans, the local measures, the local infrastructure, doesn't really affect them very much. Despite this, Mr. Wild has increased the sustainable mode share for a number of these longer distance trips. If you bear with me a moment. There is a convenient reference. Oh, here we are.
Is it Mr. Wild's evidence?
Let's see, CD 34.12.2.
What's that?
What is that? 34.12.
The 34.12.2 is the technical note supplementary forecast model scenario February 2025.
Oh, okay, just a minute.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe I haven't got it in hard copy. Oh, what's that? Oh,
Yeah, yeah.
okay. Right. Yeah, whereabouts?
Yep. So, page number 22. Oh, what? That might not be. No, it's probably not, is it?
Well,
It's page 43 of the PDF.
page 22 of the hard copy, is it? No.
I think we're looking at.
Are we looking at an appendix?
Yes, I think we are. Oh, wait a minute.
Do you want me to? I think it's
Huh?
page 22 of Appendix B.
Appendix B.
I think so.
Hold on. Hang on. Yeah. Oh, and Annex B, would it be? No. Not. No, it wouldn't. No. No, it wouldn't. I think I'm going to have to revert to the
So is this table
electronic
for
one.
percentage of trips by sustainable modes?
Yes, that's the one.
Hold on a minute. Sorry, I can't work with that. Thought that would be easier, but it's not. Right, okay, let's go to the electronic one. 3412.2. Just bear with me a minute.
Fortunately, it's quite a quick download.
Hold on. Okay. Sorry, what page did you, PDF page did you say?
That's PDF page 43.
Thank you. Yep, righto. And that table, in fact. Yep,
Yes,
table 4.6, is it? Or 8? Can't
4.6, yes.
read it at the moment. Okay.
So, yeah, so you can see at the top there the 50% and 65% trips to Sittingbourne, which we've been talking about.
Yep.
And then we have other areas. So we have Swale West. I have no idea where this figure comes from because Swale West isn't a census data area and doesn't seem to correspond to any census data areas, so I have no idea where Mr. Wild has got that figure from. We've got the Isle of Sheppey there, North Kent, and then other areas. You can see that in the supplementary scenario, Mr. Wild has substantially increased the trips to those areas further from the site. So we have Swale West has been increased by 2/3, from 30% to 50%. The Isle of Sheppey has been increased by 2/3 again. North Kent has been increased by 1/3. And other areas has been increased by 28% to 30, well, 35, 7, 40, yes, by a quarter. So Mr. Wild has, for some reason that he does not explain and presents no evidence for, has decided that a more ambitious sustainable mode share for those trips that are impacting on the wider network, including the motorway junction, that those figures are appropriate for this supplementary scenario. I have looked at the existing sustainable mode shares to those areas, and I find that his original scenario is optimistic. Mr. Wild needs to present the evidence. First of all, he needs to present the evidence where he got those original TA scenario figures from, because they're not available. He needs to tell us how he's arrived at the Swale West percentage, and of course we come back again to this evidence, the need for evidence. There needs to be evidence to demonstrate how these uplifts in longer journey types can be achieved. In the absence of the evidence, we have no confidence at all, and it could well be that the most likely outcome is that the longer trips that are less susceptible to changing to sustainable modes, they will be much higher, which will have potentially very significant impacts on things like the capacity of the motorway junction.
I want to kind of, before we get to your conclusion at 3.40 on this section, I just want to ask you about the prospect of realistically implementing a monitor and manage strategy, which Mr. Wilde refers to at various points throughout his rebuttal proof. For example, at 2.6.19, Mr. Wilde sets aside your pessimistic assumptions and suggests that a commitment to a wider transport strategy, implementing wider measures to monitor and manage travel patterns, could be implemented. What are your views on that?
My views are very similar to those on the decide and provide approach. If the monitor and manage approach is going to be implemented, then we need to know what scope there is to manage. Monitoring is not a problem. It just requires time and resources, but managing is a different thing. The first question, I suppose, is, well, if Mr. Wilde says, well, we will reinforce the travel plan, my response would be, well, surely the travel plan would be implemented aggressively in the first place. What confidence do we have that giving people some more free bus tickets or circulating cycle and pedestrian routes or doing whatever else the travel plan is suggesting, what confidence can we have that that is going to alter what could be an unacceptable situation? If the type of scenario that does in reality arrive is not what Mr. Wilde is predicting. So I would expect there to be at least indicative measures promoted at this stage, identified, that would give us some confidence that we could manage what is going on. It has been suggested to me, for example, that a housing development could be built out only so far as you get to the point at which the level of traffic is what has been predicted. And at that point, building stops, because that is the most effective way to manage the impact of that development. I suspect that approach is not something which would find a lot of favour, but it is a way to manage the impact of development if there is that a significant uncertainty about its impact. And in this case, there is uncertainty because we do not have the confidence from the evidence that's been put before us.
At 3.40 of your proof, you set out that you conclude the impact of the proposed development is highly sensitive to assumptions about sustainable mode, and that this leads you to conclude that it is contrary to paragraphs 109, 110 and 116 of the framework. Are you able to very succinctly, rather like you did at the end of yesterday's session, explain why you say the development is contrary to those paragraphs?
So, paragraph 109... well, essentially because the issues I have described about the vision-led approach, because I do not believe this is a vision-led approach, so it does not comply with 109. 110. Um, Yeah, I mean, 110. It is a more general point about planning systems should actively manage patterns of growth. The points I've been making about how the mode share has not been reliably used. The observed mode share has not been reliably used to predict what's going to happen at this development. Means that we are not actively, positively managing the pattern of growth. The impact is not being correctly assessed. Therefore, we do not end up with something that's being managed. And 116, I think that's quite obvious. Taking into account all reasonable future scenarios, we're not. The scenarios that are being put forward are not reasonable. It falls on that new part of paragraph 116, and there is a severe risk that the impact will be severe.
Madam, that concludes issue 2. I don't know if you want to take the tea break now.
Oh dear. Right, we'll have a break for 20 minutes, so we'll come back at 11:20. Thank you very much.
I'm conscious that the west of Tenham modelling is more recent, but the question that I would ask is, well, which set of figures for the reference case and for the base are the correct figures? Because there should be one figure that is the same for both. And if the answer is, well, the land west of Tenham modelling is the correct one because it's more recent, then my response to that would be, well, does that make the combined site modelling unreliable?
Thank you. Now, in Mr. Wild's rebuttal proof at 2.72, Mr. Wild makes the point that you are making comparisons between data from two respective documents in respect of two applications, and that approach is without merit, and that comparisons of data should be between data sets in the same document for the same application. What do you have to say about that?
Well, I cannot see how that can be the case. If we're going to have confidence in the model, then if the model is being run for one situation at one time, and then for the same situation at another time, the model should be giving the same results. I'm conscious sometimes models, there's iterations, the way that it loads traffic on, there might be minor changes, but if the model is operating in a reliable way, those changes will be minor, and that's part of the validation of the model to ensure that that happens. So I do not agree with Mr. Wild on that point.
At paragraph 4.4 of your proof, we have the modelled impacts of development, and your point in respect to that. Now, this is another area that Mr. Wild takes issue with in his proof, and his rebuttal proof at 2.74, Mr. Wild describes you as making generally emotive presentations in paragraphs 4.4 and 4.5 of your proof in respect of presentation of the traffic on the A2. Could you explain a bit more what it is, the points that you're making within those paragraphs?
The points I'm making are setting out as clearly as possible what the impact of the west of Tenham development is likely to be. I've reread these paragraphs a couple of times to see where I was being emotive. I do try not to be emotive certainly in my writing. I can't actually see anything that I would call emotive. I think perhaps Mr. Wild is referring to the fact that I have expressed the peak hour increases in terms of one additional vehicle every 10 seconds. Now, I don't consider that emotive. I just consider that putting it into context, trying to express the reality of what can be expected. And
so what is the point that you're making in these paragraphs?
So the point I'm making is that with the land west of Tenham development, and let's just take a quick step backwards, that it is proposed to come forward with the Northern Relief Road. And the Northern Relief Road is intended to provide a bypass around that section, the northeast section of Sittingbourne. So traffic, heavy goods vehicles and other traffic wanting to go to places like Faversham, Canterbury, Dover or Margate, areas to the east, directly to the east, rather than having to travel through Sittingbourne or go up to the A249 and down to the M2. Those trips can be put directly onto the A2 and travel east. So the west of Tenham development, if you like, although it relieves to some extent other parts of the network, what it does do for the A2 is cause a very significant increase in general traffic flows and also in HGV flows, because that is what it's intended to do. However, that traffic is channeled directly through Tenham, which is a very sensitive location. You're probably aware that there have been air quality issues there, but it's not just Tenham. I'm concentrating on Tenham because my clients are very concerned about the impact on the village. If you go further to the east, you go through Ospringe, you go through Faversham before joining the end of the M2 or the A2 there. Faversham, well, Ospringe is very sensitive as well. Faversham, you have a large secondary school next to the A2. You have all the severance, effects within Faversham itself that would be made worse because of the impact of the land west of Tenham development. So what I'm setting out in 4.4 is pointing out that what the modelling is showing is that in the peak hour you've got increases between 326 and 441 vehicles on the A2 in the peak hours. And then on the daily basis, in section 4.4, I notice that figure of 5,009 needs to be amended to be consistent with the table above. So that is now 7,499. So as I said, it doesn't change my argument, but it does add some further weight because with the correct figures, that daily increase is increased further.
Thank you. We come on to the effects of increased traffic on the A2 through Tenham at 4.6 onwards of your proof here. Again, this is an area that attracts criticism from Mr. from Mr. Wild at 2.7.5 of his proof. Now, his rebuttal proof. Now, within your analysis, you identify that the applicant has made reference to TA 7999.
Yes.
Do you want to just explain a bit more about this?
Yes. I don't necessarily want to get into too much detail because we'll get very bogged down in figures. I'm sure it may well come up again in cross-examination, but what I will say is that both Mr. Wild and I have attempted to make some kind of assessment of what the impact might be through Tenham on the A2. So we've taken the flows that are predicted from the model, and then we have compared those with flows that are set out in TA 7999, which deals with the capacity of urban roads. Mr. Wild adopts a slightly different approach to the one that I do. He takes issue with my approach and I take issue with his approach. Neither approach is perfect because TA 7999 isn't specifically designed for looking at a situation like this. But what it does do is emphasize that, it makes the point, and this is at, I think, paragraph 2.6 of the TA. It starts to set out...
If it assists, I think the document reference is CD 24.8.
Yes, let's do that. So at least you are familiar with it, Mum. Yeah, and in fact, I mean 2.5, I think, to cover it comprehensively. So it states that the flows given in the tables, which we've referred to, are the maximum that typical urban roads can carry consistently in an hour. The principal factors that may affect flow levels on urban roads are given in Table 1. And if we just flick forward, we have those features that can affect the capacity. So speed limit, side roads, access to roadside development, parking, loading, pedestrian crossings, bus stops. All the left-hand side of Table 1, which is just the next page in that TA. So down the left-hand side, they have the features that are identified as relevant factors that affect the ability of an urban road to carry flows of traffic. So we've got we've got a general description at the top, but then it goes down to speed limits that will affect capacity, the number of side roads, access to roadside development, parking and loading, pedestrian crossings, and bus stops. All the kind of features that are familiar on roads, and the more of that there is, generally the lower the capacity. And then across the top, we've got different types of urban roads, and we are looking at something like a UAP3 road here. Sorry.
Is that agreed? Mr. Wild agrees with that, does he?
I think he does. He does agree with that. There is some discussion about how we should interpret UAP3, but that is the
Okay.
that is the type. So then that relates to there is a. If we go down a couple of pages, Table 2, which shows capacities of urban roads. One-way hourly flow in each direction. And if you look at the UAP3 road, we have there, for the, I think the figure that has been used is the 1,110, which corresponds to a width of 6.75 metres. Now, I make the point that in places within Tenham, that road is narrower. Mr. Wild makes the point that, well, in the description of the road, that is already taken into account. So there is some difference in the way that we are interpreting that particular road type and what the effects of that would be. If we go back to paragraph 2.6, when you have a chance, we have a recognition there of the kind of things that will affect capacity. So capacity of the lower width roads will be significantly reduced by parking and temporary width restrictions caused by such activities as maintenance and statutory undertakers' works. The lowest widths, which we're not really talking about now, so we don't need to go there. But essentially, we have this document that sets out a what could be considered the upper limit, but at the end of the day, it's difficult to be absolutely certain that what we're looking at in this document is exactly what is happening in Tenham. What we do know in Tenham is that at times, particularly at the peak hours, traffic is backing up. There is often traffic is moving very slowly. At times it is stationary, and because the flows are so high, the stationary traffic can queue back for some considerable distance. Having said that, there are times when traffic flows more freely, which tends to be the effect of platooning of traffic coming from either direction. So, for example, if you've got a slow-moving vehicle coming from the Faversham direction, then you get a long line of traffic following it. So if that arrives in Tenham, you have a sort of constant flow, and then you might have a break, and then more traffic will come along. We know that the A2 is approaching capacity and sometimes is over capacity because I have seen it. The residents have explained it to me in great detail. It's well documented. So in a sense, what we need to do is look at what is happening and consider what is going to happen if this development comes forward. The problem in Tenham, if the road was free of those kind of roadside factors, if it was free of parking, if there were no side roads, if there were no crossings, traffic would flow freely through Tenham. But that's not the case. In several areas there is on-street parking. I say on-street, but drivers almost always pull up onto the footway, generally on the northern side of the road. In some places the footway is quite severely constrained, particularly if a larger vehicle pulls up. Over those areas where that parking exists, what I observe is that light vehicles can generally pass each other. There's enough space for light vehicles to pass unhindered, and a van and a car generally can pass each other. But when you get a larger vehicle, an HGV, what you tend to see is that if there is oncoming traffic, if the HGV is on the side with the parking, it will wait until the traffic passes, or if the HGV is coming, other traffic will wait until it has passed before they progress.
If I can just pause you there a moment. You say that you've observed. Are you referring to an actual observation at the site,
Yes.
or just a general observation from...
Yes, I've been out and I sat for some period during the PM peak opposite the post office, and during the peak hour, and observed this happening. And I also went along through the village to the various other parts of on-street parking to confirm that it is happening in different parts of the village.
So when you're talking about two cars or a car and a van being able to get past each other, that's with the on-street parking, with people parking partly at
Yes.
the pavement, is that?
Yes. Generally, if a vehicle is parked partly on the footway, partly on road, there is the remaining space is sufficient to accommodate a light car and a van.
Okay.
So, my conclusion, and I think this is the key point, is that the issue in Tenham is very closely related to the level of HGV movements through the village. And I'm setting aside now the existing problems through Tenham. We walked along the A2 on the site visit, and you will have experienced what it's like to be close to the A2. That's what the people in Tenham have to put up with on a daily basis. There is no verge between the footways within the village and the carriageway, so they are very close to all the traffic, including the large vehicles going along there. But my concern is that with the the west of Tenham development and the Northern Relief Road, bringing onto the A2 a significant amount of additional traffic, including significant numbers of additional HGVs, the existing situation of being at capacity at times will be significantly worsened. Now, in a sense, this is recognised in the environmental statement that has been undertaken. And let me find the reference. So CD 3.1, which is the West of Tenham environmental statement main text.
Page?
Page 123 of the PDF. I think this might take... Oh no, there it is, 123.
I just checked that you're pulling open the Northern Environmental Statement, is that right? 3.1.
3.1. Yes. I think that page number may be wrong. Let me just check it. Sorry, apologies. I think I have put the wrong. Page 124, and that's the page numbers. That's PDF 127.
Okay.
So, paragraph 7.183.
Oh,
Do you have that?
yeah, but it's not that 127, I don't think. 183. It's 129. Fear and intimidation.
Yes, that's it. 7.183. So it's talking about the residual impact once mitigation has been put in place. And it states the mitigation measures are anticipated result in no change to the perception of fear and intimidation experienced by people walking along the adjacent footways or waiting at bus stops on corridors 5 and 6, which includes the A2 through Tenham. Therefore, the impact magnitude will remain great, resulting in a permanent, moderate to large adverse effect. So, Mr. Wilde and myself agree on this matter. Although this statement is in the ES, no additional mitigation is proposed. Nothing is proposed to try and deal with the impact that the local people within Tenham are going to experience in this situation.
you. So I think, working through your proof, I think you've now discussed the HGV issues. I mean,
Sorry, I didn't actually put a figure on the HGVs. The environmental statement identifies the increase in HGVs on a daily basis as 707 in an 18-hour day.
and is that the figure found in 4.3 of your table? Oh, sorry, in table 4.3, which is at paragraph 4.15.
Yes.
Sorry, what, table 4.3?
Table 4.3.
Of what?
Mr. Bamber's proof. So it's paragraph 4.15.
Let's see.
That also identifies the increase in HGVs in the peak hours. In the AM peak hour there, we have an increase of 34 HGVs, so that's one every 2 minutes, a little bit more than one every 2 minutes, going through the village.
And I think you set that out at paragraph 4.16.
Yes.
And then coming down to 4.18, you say that almost all of these HGV movements will also be impacting on areas further east, including Faversham.
Yes.
At 4.19, we come to your conclusion on...
Sorry,
this.
can I just ask, these increases in HGVs, this is as a result of the whole development or just the new road?
The HGVs will be largely because of the new road.
Right, I see. Okay, thank you.
Can you just explain, when you say largely as a result of the new road, is that you kind of ruling out the development as a whole, or are you saying it's both?
The west of Tenham development doesn't contain much development that I'd expect to generate a lot of HGVs. There will be some, but I would expect the majority of those to be associated with traffic using the Northern Relief Road.
4.19 of your proof, this is kind of your conclusion on this section. And again, if you could just quite succinctly kind of summarise as to why you say that you have concluded that the developments are contrary to paragraph 109, 1110 and 116 of the framework.
Yes, okay. So paragraph 109... we are looking at... So 109, bullet point C, understanding and addressing the potential impacts of development on transport networks. And bullet point F, identifying, assessing and taking into account the environmental impacts of traffic and transport infrastructure, including appropriate opportunities for avoiding and mitigating any adverse effects, and for net environmental gains. As I've said, no additional mitigation is proposed to deal with this adverse impact. Paragraph 110. Yes. Essentially, this is the point that the planning system, what we're doing here, managing patterns of growth. So I would consider the west of Tenham development in combination with the Northern Relief Road to be encompassed by that. So I do not believe that this is being managed in such a way as to avoid those impacts that are referred to in paragraph 109. And then the relevance to 116 is essentially that we are looking at residual cumulative impacts, and residual because there is no additional mitigation, that would be severe in terms of its impact of those HGVs and general uplift in traffic within Tenham and those other sensitive areas to the east.
All traffic, because you really concentrated, didn't you, on the HGVs and their effect?
Yes, it's a combination, Mum. Obviously, if we look back at my table 4.1, there we have base flows, daily. If we look at those daily flows of 16 or 17,000, whichever one is correct, that's give or take. Let's assume that's roughly what we've got going through Tenham at the moment. If we go forward to the reference case, that is increasing. If we just look at the west of Tenham development, increasing by a couple of thousand because of background traffic growth and other development. And then with the development, there's another uplift. And that... So those two things in combination will be pushing the... let's just get the proportions. The majority of that increase will be associated with the new development and the relief road. So what the impacts that we will be seeing in Tenham are associated primarily with the development and wouldn't otherwise be coming forward, albeit there would be some uplift in traffic. So the existing situation where we have the road operating close or at capacity is going to be made a lot worse. And that's a combination of the general uplift in traffic and also the HGVs, which will have a particular impact on Tenham because of the way that the village is configured with the on-street parking and other side roads and activities.
You're saying, are you, that if you take out the HGVs and just look at the additional traffic, because some of that will obviously be the Northern Relief Road, won't it? Bringing more traffic round that side of the northeast side of Sittingbourne, I'm presuming.
Yes.
So are you saying that obviously that would happen anyway if the Northern Relief Road were to be built in accordance with the local plan? If that were to happen anyway, are you saying over and above that, the traffic from the development, which is obviously tied up with the Northern Relief Road in this particular case,
Yes.
but forgetting the tie for the moment, that the actual development would result in a severe traffic impact?
The development...
The development, if you uncouple
Yes.
the traffic that's likely to come because of the Northern Relief Road, if that was built on its own. Do you see what I mean?
Yes, I see what you mean.
Have you looked at that?
I haven't, and Mr. Wild hasn't. We don't have any modelling of just what would happen if the Northern Relief Road came forward in isolation.
I see. Okay, that's fine then. Thank you.
So I think that deals with impact on the A2. If we could move on to issue 4, which is impact on Lower Road, Tenham. And at paragraph 5.1, you set out about Lower Road's poor highway safety record. Is there anything further you want to say in respect to the safety record that isn't set out within that paragraph?
No, I think it is quite clear. There is a plan at the back of my proof that shows where the accidents have happened. My calculation is set out on that plan, and essentially my conclusion is that Lower Road has a very poor safety record. I calculate 5 times the national average in terms of that's accident rate along that stretch of Lower Road.
Paragraph 5.3, you set out that the applicants entirely failed to consider the extremely poor highway safety record in assessing the impact of the proposed development. Since you wrote this, have you seen anything further from the applicant to change your mind?
No, nothing else has come in.
Now, paragraph 5.4, you deal with the unreliability of predicted traffic on Lower Road. Now, this may just be me, but it might be helpful just to briefly explain what we mean by unreliability of predicted traffic.
Yes, so if we look at... We've got a situation here that's similar to the A2. So my table 5.1 summarises the information I'm able to extract from what has been submitted for Lower Road itself. So I'm not looking at the A2 here. I'm looking at Lower Road. Now, there is... You'll see that the table is a bit unpopulated in areas. We don't have information about 2017 base flows in the peak hours on Lower Road. There was nothing that I could find in the submissions that would give us that information. And I also could not find any 2038. Well, I can find some flows for the 2038 reference case in the land west of Tenham modelling, but the flows are zero for the section of Lower Road adjacent to the development. We do have, for those three scenarios, the basic scenarios of 2017 base, the reference case and the with development case, 18-hour flows. If we look at the situation, the base situation 18-hour for both sets of modelling, we do have good agreement there. 2,727 for west of Tenham and 2,793 for the combined site. So we do have something that ties up. But then if we move forward to the 2038 reference case, we suddenly find that traffic flows on Lower Road for in the situation or for the west of Tenham modelling are 4,267, whereas the equivalent from the combined site modelling we have 9,920. So there is a vast gulf between the two modelling, or the two models run for each of those development scenarios. And then with development, we also have a gulf between the two sets of modelling. But what we can see is that traffic flows on Lower Road are approximately predicted to halve in both cases, but obviously the reference case is double, give or take, for the combined site. So
what do you mean half?
So we've got, if we look at the so if we're comparing the reference case with the with development case.
Yeah.
So with the west of Tenham, we're going from 4,267 to 2,000. Yep. And a similar pattern with a combined site.
You're talking about 18 hours.
18 hours, yes, just the 18 hours. So there's very little I can conclude from that, apart from the fact that the modelling is not providing reliable information about what is likely to happen on Lower Road. And given the very poor safety record, my view is that requires reliable modelling so that we can have confidence that we know what is going to happen.
Paragraph 5.6, you explain how you've tried to check the reliability of the modelling. Now, since you drafted your proof, has any further information come in from the applicant or anywhere that allows you to understand the differences that you've identified or to check the modelling further?
Well, no, nothing that gives me any further confidence, nothing that would confirm which is right and which is wrong. Mr. Wilde refers to what he calls the obvious scope for the benefits of traffic being taken away from Lomas Road route by the Northern Relief Road completion. That's at paragraph 2.8.18 in his rebuttal. But I don't agree with that for several reasons. Mum, do I need to refer to a map here? It's a good question. Yes. I'm going to talk about connections to Lower Road.
I should think we should have a map.
Yes, okay, let's do that. Let's see. Let's look at, if we look at, CD 2. Oh no, here we are, let's. CD 2.5. What is that? 2.5.
So, see,
Yes.
it's the illustrative master plan
Yes.
from February.
That would be helpful. So if we go to CD 2.5. So there we have the land west of Tenham and the Northern Relief Road master plan. Now, if you recall from the site visit, we walked the first section down towards the railway, and then we we walked along Lomas Road. And Lomas Road goes into Sittingbourne to the west, and then it carries on to the east, and then it connects down to Lower Road. So if you go further to the east, you get to the road going north-south. There is the tunnel underneath the railway line there. And then if you head south, you get down to just to the north of the green area, landscaped area there. There we have Lower Road that then continues further to the east.
Yes.
Okay. That route, Lomas Road connecting down to Lower Road, is going to... There's no proposal at the moment to do anything with that, so that will, we assume, stay open. So that is not... And it's certainly not severed in the modelling. So that's not a reason for traffic flows to differ or disappear off Lower Road in the models. The second point is if you imagine you are driving along the A2 between Sittingbourne and Bapchild, so you're heading towards Bapchild, and you take a left up, so you're joining the Bapchild bypass essentially on the new road. You get to that roundabout you see on the plan, and then you turn right. So you're essentially heading around the north of Bapchild. When you get about 2/3 along that section, you get to the section of Hempstead Road, where we stood adjacent to those agricultural buildings, the fruit packing buildings there. Where on our right, Hempstead Road would be severed next to the Northern Leaf Road, and then it would be kept open to the left. So if you're driving around there, if you wanted to get onto Lower Road, you're actually taken quite close to it there. Closer than if you're going along the A2 to get to Lower Road, you've got to take a left at the moment up Hempstead Road to join it. But with the Baptile bypass, it actually makes it shorter and more convenient to take a left there, go up to Lower Road, and if you wanted to avoid delays through Tenham or at the new junctions, you could, if you wanted to, rat run along Lower Road. Now, the combination of that route making it more convenient for drivers, coupled with what is modelled in terms of traffic flows increasing through Tenham, which will cause much more delay than currently occurs through Tenham, I believe will lead to an uplift in rat running up Hempstead Lane, onto Lower Road, and then heading east. Have I explained that well enough?
I think so. Thank you.
Now, Mr. Wilde has referred to my point. If we turn to his rebuttal appendices,
So just actually, so you go east to avoid what you're saying, the congestion through Tenham. Then
Yeah.
when would you drop down onto the? You go down Frognall Lane, would you? You couldn't. No, you couldn't. do that.
No. And this was the point that Mr. Wilde, he had made the assumption that I was assuming that people would take Lower Road in order to go south on Station Road. So the road in Tenham that leads down to the A2 opposite the station.
Right.
You're familiar with that. That's not what I was suggesting. I was, because when you get to the bottom of Station Road, you'd probably be faced with significant delays just to get on the A2. What people are doing at the moment, and what I think they will do more of in the future, given the evidence that's before us, I think they would carry on further to the east, because Lower Road essentially runs parallel to the A2, almost all the way to Faversham. So there's a couple more places where you can drop down to the A2. You could, Ma'am, if you felt like it, go and have a look yourself to see that route.
Yep.
But that's what's happening at the moment. Some drivers are doing that, and I think that may well be exacerbated because of the conditions along the A2 through Tenham.
Just so that it might be me in particular is clear on this. What is that? What impact does that pose to Lower Road?
So I didn't make it clear. So the existing, there was clearly an existing problem on Lower Road in terms of highway safety. Any significant increase in traffic along Lower Road has the capacity to exacerbate that very poor safety record. Lower Road is also identified as a possible alternative to the national cycle route that goes to the north. It will undermine any attempts to make Lower Road more attractive for cyclists. I'm aware that there are some proposals to potentially reduce the speed limit on some sections of Lower Road, but I'm not sure how effective these would be, given the extent of the delays that people are likely to be facing through Tenham in this future year situation. So I don't have confidence that there is any scheme, certainly that I have seen, that could mitigate what could be a severe highway safety impact because of the poor record of highway safety on Lower Road.
Sorry, did you say it's proposed to be part of the national cycle route?
Yeah, the formal official cycle route. Sorry, I don't. I'm not sure which reference number it is, but it kind of follows close to the coast to the north.
Yeah.
It's probably a fine recreational route, but it's not particularly helpful for people just wanting to go east-west. Lower Road is an alternative because the A2 is really not conducive to cycling at all. But Lower Road, it has lower traffic flows, but some of that traffic does travel at high speeds, and there are some sections where forward visibility is restricted, and road widths make it not the most. It's not the ideal, but it has been mooted as a potential alternative route.
For the national cycle.
Yes. If not official, then perhaps one of these routes that is promoted locally as something that is a more convenient alternative.
So why do you say that they couldn't reduce the speed limits along there?
Well, they could, obviously subject to the normal procedures, but the extent to which that would affect people's decisions about whether to take that route or not, I think is quite limited. I mean, vehicles do go high speeds along some sections of Lower Road. If you put a speed limit in, you could moderate some of that and increase journey times to some extent. But there is a limit to which you can do that, and it is a balance between people's perceptions of, well, do I take Lower Road where there's unlikely to be congestion? I can keep moving, but perhaps I will have to keep to the speed limit. I should keep the speed limit. Or do I go through Tenham where I'm likely to meet congestion? I'm not quite sure how long I'm going to be held up. It could be okay, likely not to be, given what we know about the future flows.
If it's got a really bad accident record, presumably you could introduce 20-mile-an-hour limit maybe, and some sort of mitigation in terms of speed. Speed.
Yes, vertical.
Whatever.
Yeah, you could do that through Tenham.
Mm-hmm. No, I mean along Lower Road.
Yes, yes. The built-up area of Lower Road, that could be something that could be introduced, subject again to the detailed studies. But Lower Road extends beyond that, and if people are using it as a way to bypass a significant section of the A2, it gets much more difficult on a essentially a country lane to control speeds compared to what you can do in a more built-up area.
Okay.
So, coming on to your conclusions at paragraph 5.7, I think, again, it would be helpful if you could just succinctly set out why you say in this paragraph that the proposals are contrary to paragraph 109, 115, 116 and 117 of the framework.
Okay, so in relation to Lower Road, my safety concerns, in terms of paragraph 109, we will be looking at bullet point C, understanding and addressing the potential impacts of development on transport networks. I think that covers that. 115. So we're looking there at bullet point D, any significant impacts from the development on the transport network in terms of capacity and congestion or on highway safety can be cost effectively mitigated to an acceptable degree. I don't believe that is compliant with that. 116 there we're just, it's the simple highway safety impact point. So that is a reason why development should it's worded the other way, prevented or refused. And then 117. Well, we're looking at bullet point C, minimising the scope for conflicts between pedestrians, cyclists and vehicles.
So I think moving now on to issue 5, the impact on Ruins Barn Road. Apologies, Mel. At paragraph 6.1, you start your assessment of the modelling work. Can you describe the Ruins Barn Road Woodstock Road corridor as the primary route into Sittingbourne for those within Highsted and existing residents and settlements? What about the proposed Southern Relief Road?
It is possible to use the Southern Relief Road to get into Sittingbourne, but because Highsted Road is closed to general traffic, in order to undertake that journey, you would be travelling, let's see, I've measured it as about 8 kilometres to get into Sittingbourne, as opposed to using Woodstock Road, which would be about 3.5 kilometres. So it is over double the distance if you do take the Southern Relief Road. So it is the obvious corridor for Highsted, the route into Sittingbourne.
And table 6.1 in your proof is an analysis of the two-way traffic flows on Woodstock Road. Do you just want to explain what this table shows?
So, I have covered this to some degree already. So what it is showing is the changes in flows on Woodstock Road with the original assumptions about with 50% sustainable movement, and then with the supplementary 65%. And I've put in brackets there 30% uplift just to emphasise what a significant uplift it is compared to the original. And then I've just set out the combined two-way flows on Woodstock Road in 2038. In the reference case, happily the figures agree for the two situations. And then with the combined sites, this is mainly, as you'd expect to do with the combined site, the change in traffic flows in the original situation, so we have the 666 or 785 increases, and then with the supplementary scenario we have increases of only, and this is the stark difference between the assumptions about mode share, only between 133 and 110 additional vehicles in the peak hours using Woodstock Road. And so I've put at the bottom row of that table the effect of the 15% change in sustainable mode share. Again, I made the points earlier, I don't believe that the other changes in the model, the time penalty, the signalisation of that junction, and any other assumptions about background growth, I don't think they would have a significant impact on this part of the network.
Thank you. At 6.3 of your proof, you discuss the evidence you've given earlier about the supplementary scenario, and then you say it's helpful that the supplementary scenario provides an indication of how sensitive the Woodstock Road corridor is to changes in assumptions. Do you want to just explain that a bit more?
Yes. If a 15% change in sustainable travel, so going from the 50% to the 65, leads to a difference of between 500 and 700 vehicles on the corridor in the peak hours, then if Mr. Wilde has got it wrong and his 50% original assumption is incorrect, and it is more in line, for example, with the baseline figure for the 007 area, which is 33%, which is 17% lower than the 50%, then it would be a reasonable assumption to say, well, if that is the case, then we would see yet another between 500 and 700 additional vehicles on Woodstock Road. The two situations that Mr. Wilde has produced are helpful because they highlight just how sensitive the model is to assumptions about mode share, and we can make at least some kind of broad assessment of what might occur if that 50% original assumption proves to be unrealistic.
In respect of the Woodstock Road corridor, it would be helpful if I think you could explain to the inquiry your view on the use of the corridor as a priority route for sustainable travel.
Yes. Again, I don't want. I will just point to, but I don't want to describe in any detail the things that I covered yesterday. But there is, let's see, I think it's helpful if we go to CD 24.9, which is the local transport note, 1 of 20. Yep, okay. Lovely. So I'm looking at paragraph 6.5.4, which is at, if I can find it, 6.5.4. So that's page 62. '62. So 6.5.4, in urban areas, the conversion of a footway to shared use should be regarded as a last resort. Shared use facilities are generally not favoured by either pedestrians or cyclists, particularly when flows are high. It can create particular difficulties for visually impaired people. Actual conflict may be rare, but the interactions between people moving at different speeds can be perceived to be unsafe and inaccessible, particularly by vulnerable pedestrians. This adversely affects the comfort of both types of user, as well as directness for the cyclist. So this is essentially saying what I was pointing to yesterday about the problems with trying to convert the footway on one side of Woodstock Road and then crossing it over and then going around the junction then off to Woodhall Road, the problems that causes for both pedestrians and cyclists, and my conclusion being that it leads to a poor quality of route. I've talked about the gradient, the hill, I've talked about the driveways, I've talked about the conflict between pedestrians and cyclists along Whitehall Road. I've talked about the trees and the barrier that they constitute, and the need to cross over Woodstock Road in order to get round the junction at the bottom. I will also add the proposed. There's two proposed treatments of the existing mini roundabout at the bottom of Woodstock Road. Let's see.
Is this the roundabout that's shown in Plan 6.1 in your proof?
Yes. So yes, that's the most convenient place to go to. So that on page 27 of my main proof. We see there the. I was going to say the original proposal was to do nothing, but this was then offered as a possible mitigation measure to enlarge the existing mini roundabout and put two lanes on a couple of the arms, three of the arms. Now, what I've shown on my plan 6.1 is what is being proposed. Reduces the amount of footway for pedestrians, and there's a couple of places in particular. If we look on the northern side there, Gore Court Road, where the footway width is being reduced down to 1.8 metres on one side and 1.9 metres on the other. Now, 1.8 metres can be acceptable as a footway width, but my concern is that this corridor is being promoted as a priority route, a main route between the development and Sittingbourne, and I make the point in my proof that this junction sits within a few hundred metres of, I think it's 5 schools. Now, I've been there in the peak hours and I've seen numerous school children using this, crossing over in various directions at this junction, and to put forward a scheme that reduces the amount of footway for pedestrians down to an absolute minimum, I think is unacceptable.
And I think at 6.12 of your proof, having gone through listing the schools in 6.10, drawing the conclusion that you've just expressed at 6.11, you say that the proposal seriously undermines the suggestion that Ruins Barn, Lane and Woodstock Road corridor could serve as a route for active travel serving the site. Have you seen anything since you drafted your proof that makes you change your view on this?
No.
Coming on to 6.13 of your proof, you have criticism there that the junction had been modelled as if there had been no lane allocation.
Yes, it appears that the way it has been modelled, the way the vehicle capacity has been measured by modelling it, hasn't specifically allowed for the fact that if you did implement this layout, you would have to have strict lane allocation. If, for example, you're coming up Woodstock Road, you can see there's 2 lanes identified there as you come up to the mini roundabout. You would have to ensure that the left lane would be only turn left. You couldn't have 2 lanes of traffic trying to get onto Gore Court Road because there isn't space, and you'd have collisions. Now there's modelling options that you can put into the software to get the model to make allowance for this, and I do not believe that that lane allocation has been applied in this case, and the result of that could be that the capacity of this junction has been overestimated.
At 6.14 of your proof, we enter into the assessment of the supplementary forecast. I don't want to dwell too much on this because, as you point out in 6.14, you demonstrate, you set out points in section 3 of your proof. But what I wanted to explore with you is your analysis of the new proposal relating to and in particular how you reach your conclusion in 6.25. Now, your conclusion in 6.25 is that the proposed cycle facility that you discuss and that the applicant has put forward is at best a very low standard and at worst entirely unacceptable from a highway safety perspective. Has your view changed in respect of anything further that you've seen or heard since you drafted the proof during the course of this inquiry?
No, that is still my view.
And is there anything in this section in particular that you wish to draw the inspector's attention to, bearing in mind that your proof is taken as read?
Yes, in Mr. Wilde's rebuttal, he presents some new modelling and a new proposal that wasn't previously supplied, showing a signalised arrangement. So this is the second iteration of some scheme to cope with the conflicts at this point in the network.
Can I pause you here a minute? Are we, when you say the rebuttal, are you moving on to talk about what you set out in 6.26 of your proof?
Oh yes, I am.
So is it in the rebuttal, or where is this proposal come from?
It is.
Are you just referring to it as a kind of a new proposal on the basis it wasn't submitted with the application originally?
It wasn't submitted with the application originally. It is one of Mr. Wilde's appendices.
It's a technical note. It's February 25, 34.12.2.
Finished without. Sorry, I was just asking. We finished with LTN 120. That was all. Right. So we want 34.12.2.
Mr. Bamber, before you begin, your microphone is turned off.
Yes, so we have.
Sorry, I haven't found it yet.
Yeah, need to orientate myself. I was yes.
February 2025. Yes.
That's right. This was the introduction of the signalisation that Mr. Bam. I don't know whether that's what he's after, but that was why I gave the reference. Just at,
Thank you.
signalisation.
Where would you like to go?
Well, I will Apologies. I will.
If it assists, if you turn back to your proof at 6.26, maybe start at the beginning.
Should we have is there a drawing of what's proposed, so that we have that?
Wait a minute. Yes, my statement. So if I could just refer you to my 6.28
Okay.
in my main proof. Notwithstanding the cryptic nature of this statement, I had quoted something that Mr. Wilde had written. The fact remains that no modelling of the proposed signalised junction has been undertaken. That was incorrect because there is modelling, which I was not aware of at the time. I'm still trying to find it in this technical note. And I've unhelpfully not.
It might not help, but I'll just give everyone a reference in case that the modelling is at Appendix 10 of Mr. Wilde's rebuttal, if that's what Mr. Bamber's after. But also, I'm aware, I mean, if Mr. Bamber's struggling to work out where in the documents he wants to go, which is obviously understandable, there's a lot of documents, I wonder what, I mean, I don't want to, it's 1:45 kind of thing. He could use some of the lunch break to work out where he wants to go next kind of thing, if that would assist.
Was I right? It is in the rebuttal. I think that is where we need to go, to his rebuttal appendices.
There you go.
If we could just, it would be quite nice just to finish this off.
Of course.
It would be. When I find it, it won't take long.
Is it Appendix 10 of the...
Yes.
Starts on page
there it is.
159.
Thank you. So Appendix JWR 10. There we are.
Just a minute. Have we got a page number actually then?
Starts on page 159.
159?
159.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah, that is. I want the plan that shows the layout. What we're looking at here is the information that's been supplied on the modelling.
I could maybe give Mr. Bamber the reference, and then I mean I don't want him to be jumping too far. Anyway, there is. That's where that's where I just took him to took the inquiry to before, was the technical note. There are, let's get it, sequence of plans that begin at Appendix A of the technical note, which is on Appendix A, starts on page 16, which is 16 of the technical note, and the technical note's 34.12.2, and then there's a series of sequence of plans that show where the different bits and pieces go. The roundabout is no longer proposed.
I mean, sorry, the signalised.
The signalised junction
Yeah.
is on PDF page 20, you should have a sheet that's it's called Active Travel Corridor Schedule 4 of 5.
Okay, let's just see. Oh yeah,
PDF page 20.
Hop 2.
Exactly, that's the one. And you should have a sort of four-arm signalised junction kind of in the upper part of that plan.
Is that what you want?
That's it. That's
Yes.
the signalised
Got that now.
junction.
Thank you.
There we
Got there in
go.
the end. Thank
Got
you.
there.
Glad to have helped.
Right, okay.
Okay. So I've looked at the modelling that Mr. Wild has done for this junction. I noticed he hasn't supplied any of the geometry that we need in order to assess whether it's been done correctly. He provides no intergreen justification for the intergreens between the various phases during the cycle. The assessments themselves are rather cryptically entitled Band Right Turn for North Arm.
So where are you looking now? Are you looking at the
I'm looking
rebuttal?
when we had the you won't be able to, well, I could point to things that aren't, well, I could point to things that are there. Let's go there. So in the rebuttal, if we look at that, which you've got open, yes?
I have. Don't know
So-
if I've got the right page.
So so the first about eight things are for the Tunstall Road junction. So page 166. So about 8 pages further on, we get to where the Woodstock Road, Bell Road, Gore Court Road assessment starts.
Yes.
So, what, did you give a reference? Where in the rebuttal? I'm so sorry to Mr. Bell. Where did you say?
It's Appendix JWR10.
So sorry. Thank you very much.
Page 166.
Turn your microphone on.
Page 166. Got it? Okay.
Okay.
So we look at what Mr. Wild has provided is an absolute minimum of information about how this model has been junction has been modelled. So if I want to look to see what geometry has been assumed, what lane widths, what radii for the turning movements, it's not in there. When I look at the intergreen matrix, I have no justification for those. In the title box on that first page, it states band right turn for north arm. Now, there's no reference to any movements being banned in the text or description of what's being
Where
proposed.
does it say that? Sorry, I can't
In the user and project details box at the top.
Oh, I see.
Yep.
Yes. Yep.
If we look at the plan, flicking back to the technical note, the space provided for the right turns is really narrow. It's very substandard, and I doubt whether that would work safely. That's not a standard layout. We have no information about swept paths. We have on Gore Court Road and Bell Road, well, on those, and also Woodstock Road, particularly Woodstock Road, we have narrow islands for the signal heads, which to me look as if they would be wiped out if an HGV tried to get through that junction. So if you imagine an HGV turning from Park Avenue, wanting to turn right and down onto Woodstock Road, there's very little space between that little island in the centre of Woodstock Road and the curb line there. Now, what you would need to provide are swept paths of large vehicles to demonstrate that you can get large vehicles around this junction. I mean, I've seen large vehicles using this. There's also school buses go through this junction every day. So there's nothing to demonstrate that this would work.
So which was the banned right turn?
Well,
Where was that?
it's not entirely clear. Band right turn for North Arm. So I think if there is a band right turn, it would be from Gorecourt Road into Park Avenue.
Oh, I see it. Well, there's only one lane coming down there, so maybe it is. And the right turn that you say is only very narrow is the one coming from Woodstock Road direction.
If on Woodstock Road, can you see where the traffic island is with the signal heads? At the top of Woodstock Road, there's a...
Yeah.
Yeah. So if you imagine a vehicle coming from the west, from the left, Park Avenue, imagine a large vehicle turning right into Woodstock Road.
Yeah.
The gap that is between that traffic island and the curb is really quite narrow.
No, I wasn't meaning that. I was saying you said that there was a too narrow
Oh, I see.
right turn.
Yes. So you see it's not exactly hatching, but white lines joining up those two islands on the north and south arms, and there's that black diagonal marker, which kind of suggests that right turns should hook, i.e., if you're turning right from opposite arms, you go past your opposing right turner, and then you wait in that little area until there's a gap, and then turn in. I'm not sure there's enough space for vehicles to safely turn. It's certainly well short of a lane. It's a kind... If you imagine a vehicle waiting to turn right, it's likely to block vehicles behind.
I see.
Whether that would get through safety audit, I don't know. But it's certainly not a standard type of layout.
I see. Okay.
If we look at the way it's been modelled, again, this is very technical stuff. We go down, how many pages? To page, past the phase diagram, to the first table, which is page 169. Do you have that?
Yep.
Yeah. 4 columns in from the right, we have a column turners in intergreen, PCU. We've got 3. So in the gap between, while the lights are changing at the end of the green phase, it's assumed that 3 vehicles can get through the junction. I don't think that can happen. I think that is an overestimate. I think that is, in reality, I don't think that could ever happen. Certainly obviously there's nothing to support this. Yeah, I think there we are. That's my brief initial review of what's being produced here. I think what has been produced very quickly. The design, I think, falls far short of something that might actually work. I suspect it wouldn't work at all if swept paths were considered. I don't think it would get through safety audit. So just on my brief assessment of this, I don't think, ma'am, that you should place any confidence in this providing any mitigation. And I think this is particularly important because I think it has been stated that the applicant is relying on this now.
Okay.
I think at this point we can turn to your conclusion in respect of this issue, which is set out at 6.31, and you conclude that this element of the proposal is contrary to paragraphs 109, 115, 116 and 117 of the framework. Can you just again succinctly explain why you say
Yes.
contravene?
So paragraph 109. I mean, I would point to bullet point A, making transport consideration an important part of early engagement. I mean, these proposals for Woodstock Road have appeared very late in the day. They were never part of early engagement. So bullet point C, I think it is not compliant with understanding and addressing the potential impacts of development on transport networks because of these weaknesses and failures that I've pointed out. Bullet point E, there has been an effort to pursue opportunities to promote walking, cycling, and cycling, but my view, Ma'am, is that this is a very poor quality piece of infrastructure that does little to benefit pedestrians and cyclists, and in some ways presents new highway risks and deterrents, particularly for pedestrians. Paragraph 115. You'd think I would memorise these by now. Again, sustainable bullet point A. I don't believe that sustainable transport modes are prioritised. Again, for the same reason. Safe and suitable access, I would also take issue with that. I don't think that this proposal complies with that, because I don't think it is safe. And then bullet point D of 115, I don't believe, particularly in relation to this, that significant impacts from the development on transport networks in terms of capacity and congestion or on highway safety can be effectively mitigated to an acceptable degree through a vision-led approach. I think it's evident that we've had two iterations of possible treatments of this key point in the network, and I don't believe we have anything that is effective. I would add that signalised arrangement as well. It does the same thing as the enlarged mini roundabout, in that it is also taking away footway around that junction. Residual, so paragraph 116, I believe that the residual cumulative impacts along this corridor would be severe, and there are also potential highway safety issues associated with that. And paragraph 117, I don't believe that bullet point A has actually been met. Give priority first to pedestrian and cycle movements. I think the fact that the vehicle impact on the mini roundabout has been shown to be so severe, and that sections of footway are being taken away in order to provide additional highway capacity for vehicles, doesn't demonstrate that first priority has been given to pedestrians and cyclists. And also bullet point C, create places that are safe, secure and attractive which minimise the scope for conflicts between pedestrians, cyclists and vehicles. I think this is actually creating conflicts and also increasing risk for vulnerable highway users, in particular all the school children who are going backwards and forwards along this corridor and across this mini roundabout at the beginning and end of the school day. That's it. Thank you.
That topic.
It is. Ma'am, we've then got 3 relatively small topics. The next one is rat running that we've covered a lot of already, so I don't anticipate it should take too long. Induced traffic, it's also quite a short section of the proof, but I don't think we've really touched on induced traffic, so
No.
that may take a little bit of time. And then the issue of the height of the structures, which I think was just included for illustrative purposes. So I think we should be able to get everything done within an hour, I would hope, if not a little bit less.
I mean, maybe. I've got a feeling that induced traffic might be the sort of thing that, even though it's a page in the proof, it could end up being a bit more orally. But that's fine. I mean, it is what it is. As long as we get finished today in chief, then we can start cross on Tuesday, I think.
Yes, I mean, unless you finish very quickly, I don't think it's probably worth starting cross-examination.
I think that's probably got to be loads of it, and there's no point doing half an hour or whatever if there's...
No, but I mean, obviously, if there is an hour, then maybe we might
maybe.
think about it.
Yeah.
All right, so let's just see how we get on. All right, well, we will have I'll have our hours break until 2:05. Thank you. Right, it's just now 2:05, so it's time for the inquiry to resume, and I'm anticipating we'll just go straight through now till we finish, Mr. Bell.
Thank
Hopefully
you,
no breaks.
Madam. Mr. Bamber, issue 6, rat running. Been a while since we've heard about animals. Can I just kind of enter this with the caveat that we have now heard quite a bit about rat running in respect of the earlier parts of your evidence, and at section 7 here you set out the concerns you have in relation to Ruins, Barn Lane and Woodstock Road corridor going on to the predicted traffic flows on the A2 through Tenham and Lower Road. Now, I want to just explore a bit more paragraph 7.3, where you say the applicant provides no helpful information that allows an understanding of increases in delays. And just to be clear, at the time you wrote your proof, that was the position. Has anything changed?
No, nothing's changed.
And in respect of kind of this section on rat running, is there anything else that you want to expand on based on what you've heard since you drafted your proof and since Mr. Wilde's rebuttal came in?
Yes. One additional point about rat running, dealing with the issue Ruins Barn Road is continuation to the south. Mum, if you remember, where we saw the large HGV trying to turn into Ruins Barn Road, just to the south of the motorway. The continuation of Ruins Barn Road that carries on towards the M20. Now, Mr. Wilde has produced some information about that. So if I take you to CD 34.12.1, which is the supplementary forecast scenario, I think. Oh, sorry, it's not. It's the strategic modelling assumptions and rural lanes. That makes more sense, yeah. And if I could take you to tables 4.4 and 4.5 on page 13. Yeah. You look at 4.4 on page 13 to begin with. So what Mr. Wilde is seeking to do here is to illustrate what the modelling is saying about traffic that is going south of the M2 motorway into the national landscape. He draws a diagram, a plan above that shows a screen line drawn across from Junction 5 up in the top left to the south of Bredgar, and then across, you can see it there. So if we look at table 4.4, we have the outputs from the modelling. So we have the reference case, flows, AM peak hour, and then the development case flows in the AM peak hour, and then the difference we see in the percentage difference in the final column there. Now, I just want to draw attention to one of those figures. I will comment on Ode Street. Are you familiar where Ode Street is?
There's two table 4.4s, isn't there?
Yes,
Which
yes.
one are you talking about?
The second, the top one.
First one?
Yes, the first one.
What?
I would imagine, I'm guessing, that the second one is supposed to say table 4.5 two-way PM peak hour flows.
That's right.
Is
The
it?
first one the first one's AM and the second one should, but doesn't say PM.
Oh, the second one's PM 4.5, is it? table 4.5 it should be, should it?
Yeah, that's correct.
And that should be PM. Right. Okay, yes, sorry. Do I know where Ode Street is? Not sure.
Okay, so looking at Mr. Wilde's plan above,
Yep,
if you go top left corner, you
Yeah.
get to Junction 5,
yep.
Stockbury Junction. And can you see that little road that sort of cuts across just from the 249 just south of the junction? It sort of cuts across the motorway and carries on towards Tunstall.
Yes,
So that section crossing over the motorway there and just joining on to the southern part of that junction is Ode Street.
okay.
So I'm not talking about Ode Street. As you can see, it's essentially almost part of Junction 5. What I'm concerned about are the roads that lead further south
Okay,
towards the M20. So when we look on table 4.4, we look at Swanton Street combined. We see an increase from 982 to 1,315, an increase of 34%. Now, Mr. Wilde makes the point that the modelling in this area is not exactly replicating all the links. So Swanton Street there is representative of potentially more than one link. But essentially what the model is showing is that traffic going to the south, crossing over the M2 and heading south, and the reverse movement, is predicted to increase by 34% with the combined development. Now that is well above the 10% threshold that is normally taken as the threshold beyond which there is the potential for adverse transport environmental impacts in sensitive areas. And I would classify the national landscape, Kent Downs to the south of the M2, as a sensitive area. Now, I know from personal experience that working next to the Cotswolds in relation to another inquiry, that the Cotswolds National Landscape Board adopted that normal 10% threshold as the point beyond which there was the potential for there to be an adverse impact on the tranquility of the national landscape. And it was because the applicant in that particular case was unable to demonstrate that there wouldn't be an increase above 10%. That was one of the reasons why the inspector in that inquiry dismissed the appeal. And I'm sure Mr. Bell can make the appeal details available if you'd like those. But the point I'm making is that what Mr. Wilde is showing, reporting from the modelling, is that the combined development is predicted to lead to a very significant increase in traffic heading to and from the south. Now, Mr. Wilde does make some comments about this in his rebuttal, and he dismisses this on several grounds. One of them being, well, we don't really know because it's combined. I don't accept that as a valid reason, because by the same token, if the model did include all the separate links, perhaps it would be showing more.
Well, when you say combined, you're not talking about the two developments, you're talking about the more than one link, aren't
Yes, yes.
you? Okay.
So that would be, if you think about, I mean, where the Highsted development is in relation to Ruins Barn Road, then the obvious direction, if you were going to use country lanes to bypass the strategic network, you would head down Ruins Barn Road. Whether that becomes Swanton Street or Swanton Street is separate, I'm not quite sure at this moment. This would be particularly attractive for those people, for example, heading down towards Ashford, rather than having to go onto the motorway, go up to Junction 5, go across to the M20 and then down. You could essentially cut off the corner there. So that I believe that is why the modelling is showing that some traffic is being attracted in that direction over the national landscape.
Mr. Wild makes some further criticisms in respect of your analysis at paragraph 7.3 in his rebuttal proof, and that's paragraph 2.10.11 going on to 2.10.13. What I am interested in, and what I think it might be helpful to explain to the inspector, is what you understand by Mr. Wild's point at 2.10.13 about cost penalties.
2.10.13, so let me just look at this.
And this is to do with displaced traffic from Woodstock Road.
Yes, so what Mr. Wild is suggesting there is that I mentioned this cost penalty earlier on. It's a 5-second cost penalty that's been added to the Woodstock Road link. He states that the consequences of this is shown within the CD 3412.2, and in fact this was the precise reason why KCC were keen to see the implications of this. Now, the problem I have with this is that the information that Mr. Wild presents doesn't show the implications of that cost penalty, because that cost penalty is just one of the changes to the model that he's made in the supplementary modelling situation. So if KCC looked at this and believed that the changes in the flows on that corridor were because of the cost penalty, then they would be overlooking the very important point that the vast majority of that change in flows, that very large reduction in flows that we've looked at, is due to the change in the assumptions about modal share. There are no modelling scenarios tested that just isolate the effect of a cost penalty or isolate the effect of the modal share. All these things are put into one single revised model, and then we look at the results. We can't disaggregate all those results, but I have given my views about which one I believe is the most important factor that has affected the flows along the Woodstock Road corridor.
7.4 of this issue is your conclusion. And before we get on to that, is there anything else you want to draw the inspector's attention to in respect of rat running that you haven't already?
No, I think I've dealt with Lower Road. Oh, I mean, just to be absolutely clear, the risk is if the Woodstock Road corridor becomes highly congested, then there's a risk that people they will seek routes to the west. So Tunstall Road, through Borden Village, through the little lanes. You may have driven around there. They're quite narrow, winding little lanes. But in terms of distance and probably in terms of time, they would be probably quicker than doing that long diversion going up the Southern Relief Road and joining the A2.
So 7.4 is your conclusion. has anything changed since you drafted your proof?
No.
And could you go through the same exercise we've done in the earliest issues, just setting out precisely why you say here that the proposals are contrary to paragraphs 109, 115 and 116 of the framework?
Yes, I've anticipated you this time, Mr. Bell. 109, bullet C, understanding and addressing the potential impact of development on transport networks. I don't believe that has been done. And also bullet point F, identifying, assessing and taking into account the environmental impact of traffic and transport infrastructure, including appropriate opportunities for avoiding and mitigating any adverse impacts. So there we are talking about all those adverse environmental impacts of people being pushed onto unsuitable parts of the network. In terms of 115, it's bullet point D. Any significant impact from the development on the transport network can be cost effectively mitigated. Essentially, rat running is an adverse impact. I have not seen anything that would convince me that there is a way to cost effectively mitigate that to an acceptable degree through a vision-led approach. Paragraph 116. Here, the severity, the severe impact, well, I suppose we are talking about, well, the severe impact would be on the tranquility of the national landscape, if that were to be the case. And then there was also the safety, which is separate from the capacity and congestion point. So the safety impact, if we're talking about rat running along Lower Road. Was that those?
So coming on to issue 7, induced traffic. And before we get into this, I'd just like you to explain to a simpleton like me, sitting in a room full of planning silks, what in layman's terms is meant by induced traffic.
Okay. I think the easiest way is to go to the WSP report for the DFT. That's CD 2411. Okay, and you can see there a WSP of quite a comprehensive study they undertook in order to advise the DFT on whether induced traffic is a thing and how it should be dealt with if it is a thing. So they look at the evidence. If we look at the executive summary, let me just find the exact point. It just gives a simple definition, and I'll just expand a little bit on that. So the beginning of the third paragraph, induced demand for road travel can be broadly defined as the increment in new vehicle traffic that would not have occurred without the improvement of the network capacity. So what that is saying is that there is this effect that has been observed and measured in relation to new road schemes, which they call induced traffic. It's not related to the traffic generated by development. It's not related to background traffic growth. It's not related to people reassigning the trips that they might have been making before. That is all covered in standard modelling. What induced traffic is referring to is the the effect of people making more and longer trips because the capacity is provided for them. If you like, it's a simple economic equivalent. If you supply more potatoes, then people will eat more potatoes. It's a classical economics truism, I suppose. The same thing has been identified in terms of supply and demand of road capacity. If the supply of road increases, then the demand increases likewise, or there is a direct relationship. One goes up and the other one goes up.
So, in respect to this proposal, taking by way of example the relief roads that are to be provided, how is that going to affect induced traffic? What effect is induced traffic going to have?
Yeah, and again, this is repeating something I said yesterday. This is the elephant in the room. We have a scheme here that's based around a new motorway junction connecting a motorway via 2 relief roads to a major A road. So it is a very significant increase in highway capacity. It is, the classic situation where you would expect there to be induced traffic. Also, because the existing network is congested, which reduces the supply, if you like, of highway capacity. As soon as that restriction, that constraint on capacity is relieved, and the clue is in the name, the relief roads relieve the congestion and provide additional capacity. That's the basis of this development, and it is setting up the classic situation where we would expect induced traffic to be present after those new road links were available and open to traffic.
Occur on congested networks?
It tends to, because usually we only get significant new highway infrastructure when there is congestion already. So I can't answer. If we had an uncongested, I suppose, if I carry on the potato analogy, then if we had an uncongested network and we provided additional highway capacity, we wouldn't have induced traffic because there isn't a constraint.
I see.
There would be no additional benefit. I suppose you could have a situation in theory where you have an uncongested network and we have a new link, but that link provides a much quicker, more convenient route between certain origins and destinations. Then effectively the cost, in economic terms, the cost of movement between the origin and the destination would be reduced by that new link, and that could potentially lead to induced traffic. But as I say, we rarely get a situation where we have...
It'd be redistributed, wouldn't it?
No, I think there would...
It was quicker to go
one
way than another.
Well, there certainly would.
The other way,
Yes, that would be an element of it.
uh-huh.
But the fundamental, the principle of induced traffic, which isn't the economics, the costs of making journeys, would also suggest that, we're talking about a hypothetical situation, but in that hypothetical situation, because the cost has gone down for that particular journey, obviously some people would take advantage of that, but then because there is that lower cost, then there may also be journeys made that wouldn't have otherwise be undertaken.
Okay, thank you.
8.2 of your proof, you set out some quotations from the tag, or a quotation from the tag guidance. Even if induced traffic does not alter the case for the scheme appreciably, the assessment may be criticised if it cannot demonstrate that the case is robust against possible changes in demand. And then at 8.3, I think your position is that there hasn't been an assessment of or allowance for induced traffic. Has your view on that changed since you drafted the proof?
No, that is still my view. My view is that the methodology has not met the requirements of TAG because induced traffic has not been taken into account.
Has there been any consideration of induced traffic?
None.
In Mr. Mr. Wilde's rebuttal at 3.4.6,
Yes.
is this Mr. Wilde entering into the realm of the, I think it's called the, is it the predict and demand approach?
Predict and provide.
Predict and provide approach, apologies. And what's your response to this specific criticism here?
Is this in relation to... Oh, induced demand, yes. Oh, yes, sorry. It's been a long day. Yes, what Mr. Wilde is suggesting is that induced traffic is an extension of predict and provide, in that if we identify the likelihood of induced traffic and we plan accordingly, that fails Mr. Wilde's test of what is acceptable or unacceptable. In this case, predict and provide being an unacceptable way of dealing with it. Of course, that's a very simplistic way of looking at this. It's got nothing to do with predict and provide. It is an observed, real phenomenon that is. It forms part of the TAG guidance about how to assess road schemes. It has been documented by WSP. If we are to just turn a blind eye to induced traffic because somehow it has an association with predict and provide, then we risk, and this is what it says in TAG, we risk coming up with road schemes that won't work, that do not fulfill what we expect them to do.
So as a very snappy point, how does induced traffic result to a road network that doesn't work in the way we expect it to?
Because whereas we might have expected there to be spare capacity to take us into the future, with the effect of induced traffic, that spare capacity is reduced, or indeed it could be eliminated entirely.
Thank you. At 8.5, we come on to your conclusions here on induced traffic, but before we get into that, can I just check with you as to whether or not there's anything else you want to say, having considered Mr. Wilde's rebuttal and any further material that's come in since you drafted your proof in respect of induced traffic?
Mr. Wilde does, let's see, he suggests in his paragraph 3.4.4,
is this of his rebuttal proof?
This is rebuttal. He's suggesting that development traffic is induced traffic, but it's not. He is conflating two separate things. Development traffic is one thing, induced traffic is a separate thing. He also suggests that induced traffic is the same as reassigned traffic, and I think we've already talked about that. It's not the same as reassigned traffic, and Mr. Wilde uses these 2 points to dismiss the possibility of induced traffic, and my view is that that is a misguided approach to take, and it should have been, according to TAG guidance, considered.
Now, I think I understand the differences between development traffic, induced traffic, but I don't know if the inspector would find it helpful for you just to explain what you mean by development traffic and kind of reassigned traffic.
Okay.
Okay.
Do you
Understand,
okay.
but you can
So
explain it if you want.
So let's see if I can be very short. Development traffic, any traffic that is associated with the development, so that can go, wherever it is on the network. You can have development traffic that does reassign at certain times. We could have rat running traffic, could be development traffic that is reassigned to avoid congestion. Then we have, in this case, we will have reassigned traffic, which is the whole purpose of the transport model, because when you change the network, put in new links, change the traffic flows, then existing traffic will adapt to minimise the costs to travellers. I think that's sufficient. And then, so induced traffic is essentially what falls outside of that. So it's just that because it's so much easier to travel, just people do it more.
Thank you. Coming back to 8.5, again, if you could take the approach of explaining how you've reached your conclusions in respect of how the proposals are contrary to 109, 110 and 116.
Okay, so in terms of induced traffic, we're looking at paragraph 109, again, bullet point C, understanding and addressing the potential impacts of development on transport networks. We haven't understood, we haven't actually looked into this, so we can't understand what the impacts might be. 110, this is the point about significant development should be focused on locations which are or can be made sustainable through limiting the need to travel and offering a genuine choice of transport modes. So the induced traffic relates here to the additional highway capacity. So because we have this development which includes these relief roads, induced traffic would act against this. I suppose my main concern in relation to 110 would be the motorway junction, because of its sensitivity to increased flows, traffic leaving and joining the motorway. And then 116, again, it's if induced traffic hasn't been taken account of, then we might have a situation where the spare capacity that we are currently predicting in certain places may never materialise, and therefore there is this risk that we would have residual cumulative impacts that would be severe.
So the final issue before the conclusions are the heights of the structures that you've listed in section 9 of your proof. Now, I think these heights were provided to assist the inquiry following earlier discussions over chainage in, it seems like a very long time ago. Now that you've undertaken the site visit and you've seen the areas where these structures are to go, is there anything else you want to say about the scale or height of these structures?
No, we stopped and looked and did the measurements on the site visit, so I'm happy that we have sort of covered that and everyone's seen that. That additional point that when we looked at the embankment just to the north of the motorway leading up the junction, that was where it was measured as 6 metres above ground level, and we had that discussion about it needing to be higher on that side because of the gradient of the land. I think that was a helpful observation to make, particularly given its proximity to the national landscape.
Which bit was that? Sorry.
So we were...
You mean actually on the southern part, southern site? I'm sorry, southern section field.
Just to the
the
north,
M2.
we were just the north of the motorway. We were wading through the field,
Yeah.
and we stopped and we had a discussion about we were locating where the road was
Beyond the north
splitting,
Yeah.
and then we talked about how the embankment's built up from the buildings behind us, and
Yes, I see. To get over the motorway.
to get over the motorway, and I think it was 6 metres was given as the height at that point where we were standing.
Right, I see.
Would it be helpful to identify it on the site visit plans?
So it'll be on the first one. So there we can see, so we were standing,
So this is the plan with Bexon Lane marked on the bottom and Ruins Barn Road. to
Yeah.
so we were standing in that field to the north. I suppose it would have been where the roads, the motorway on slip, well, the two motorway on slips, where the roads are sort of diverging there. I think we were standing just to the south of that.
Mm-hmm.
And you can see there the embankments on either side.
So coming on to your conclusions, now I'm not going to take you through them all because we've gone through them as we've gone along, but in your conclusion section, just to confirm, has anything changed?
No.
And is there anything else you want to add by way of a conclusion?
It might be worth... Mum, you probably made notes on this anyway, but some of the conclusions for the northern site, the impacts are different to the southern site. So would it be helpful for me to just clarify which paragraphs of the NPPF relate to which site, or are you happy just to...
Sorry, which paragraphs?
So what I've done here, which is essentially presenting my proof, I have the my conclusions in section 10, but because of the way the proof is set out, I've put them down just in relation to each of those issues.
Yeah.
So when I look at transport sustainability, that refers to both sites.
Yes.
That refers to
So the combined site.
and the northern application as well.
Yeah.
The assumptions about mode share, that applies to both the combined site and the west of Tenham. The impact on the A2, that is largely in relation to land west of Tenham. The impact on Lower Road is both.
Both.
Yes. So both the combined and the land west of Tenham. Because there is that potential for rat running.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
impact on Ruins Barn Road, Woodstock Road, that is combined site.
But not the north only,
No.
just combined.
Issue 6, wrap running. That would apply to both, but in different ways, which I think you understand. Induced traffic, that would apply to both, but obviously mainly to the combined site.
Okay.
And height of structure as well. That's what it is.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
I will just sort of, I mean, I hope I have covered it well, but I do want to stress that what I have put forward on the vision-led approach, I hope I've shown that as required by the NPPF, the latest version, and the most up-to-date guidance, that the decide and provide approach and the vision-led approach has been fundamentally misinterpreted. The approach has not been evidence-led, and the decide and provide has been interpreted as simply decide. This has led to severe underestimates of vehicle trip generation and a severe under-provision for sustainable modes. Thank you.
That concludes the examination in chief, at least within one time estimate.
What do you think?
We could do. I mean, we could go until 4 if you'd like to. I mean, obviously it will break things up, but I don't care. I mean, you know, we can do. I mean, it's Mr. You know, I'm happy to start. It really very much depends on how you're feeling.
Every little bit helps, doesn't it?
Fine, let's do it.
Should we just go on till,
Press on.
say, do an hour or so, and then we
Do an hour, so sort of 10 to 4ish,
Are
something
you all
like
right,
that.
Mr.? Are you all right with that?
I should say, yeah. Obviously, if we won't be having sort of the normal sort of mid-afternoon break or whatever,
Did
but
you want a few minutes comfort break?
No, let's crack on.
do let me know,
Everybody
Mr.
all right?
Bamber, because
Yeah.
obviously I'm sure he will. Let us all know
Yes,
if
okay. Let's carry on.
All right, then, just one moment. Good afternoon, Mr. Bamber. Right, gosh, so much to ask you. Obviously, I'm going to. I won't be able to ask Mr. Bamber everything. I just won't. There'll be some things that we have to come back to with Mr. Wild, who can sort of talk things through an examination in chief. But I want to try and address the biggies over the next. Well, an hour this afternoon and then probably most of Tuesday. So let's start at the very beginning, as they say, as Julie Andrews used to say. So NPPF, where you left off, NPPF, Core Document 16.1, Section 9, Transport. Any luck?
Yep.
Section 9, development proposals on page 33. Considering development proposals. Yeah? Obviously, I know you've just been going over all these paragraphs all day, but just bear with.
Yes.
Development proposals 116.
Yes.
Development should only be prevented or refused on highway grounds if one of two things exist. The first is an unacceptable impact on highway safety, or the second is the residual cumulative impacts on the road network following mitigation would be severe, taking account of all reasonable future scenarios, right?
Yeah.
That's the absolutely mission critical test, isn't it? Because development, so I say so far as your evidence goes, because you're giving highways evidence, aren't you? Right.
Well, it's not the only test, but it is a test, yes.
Yeah. No. Okay. It's not the only test. It's the critical test, because if we're interested in highways matters, which is what your evidence is about, right? You're a highways witness.
Yes.
Then and you're giving evidence to do with highways grounds.
Yes.
So and you're suggesting to the inspector, aren't you, that development should be refused on highways grounds, I think.
Yes.
So that's correct only if one of the two things at 116 exists, or both of them, obviously. It could be both of them exist. It has to be at least one of them.
Yes.
Right. Okay. So just to pin down precisely where it is that you say our scheme falls into 116 territory, if I can put it in that way. You summarise it in your right at the back of your proof. It was the bit that you were just doing with the inspector right at the end in your section 10.
Yes.
And right at the end on page 35 of your proof, your final two paragraphs are, firstly, there's a summary of conclusions in relation to the combined site, and then finally after that there's a summary of conclusions in relation to the northern site.
Yes.
So on the combined site, what you say is that there is a, let's see, third line down, severe. There's that word. And when you use the word severe here, you're referring to severe in the language of the MPPF, aren't you, in 116?
Yes.
116. So we've got severe on the A2, right? Do you see where I am, the third line?
Yes.
And then you've got adverse safety and capacity impacts on Ruins, Barn Road, Woodstock Corridor, and an adverse safety on Lower Road. Do you see?
Yes.
And just to unpick what you're saying, am I understanding it right? When you're using that phrase adverse safety impacts, is that a sort of shorthand for unacceptable impacts on highway safety within the language of 116 of the framework? That's what you're getting at?
Yes.
Right. So we've got, if you like, 116 issues that you identify, and you identify them on the A2, Ruins, Barn Road, Woodstock Road corridor, and Lower Road for the combined site.
Yes, and I will just clarify that. I mean, in terms of capacity, that would also apply to the Woodstock Road corridor.
Mm-hmm. You do say that, don't you? So it's two severes, which is, on your case, A2 and the Woodstock Road corridor. Those are the two severes for the combined site.
Yeah.
And then there's two unacceptable adverse safety impacts, and that relates to Woodstock Road corridor and Lower Road.
Yes.
So those are the 116 issues. There are other things you talk about, obviously, but those are there are three geographical areas, if you like, where you allege 116 matters for the combined site. And then for the northern site, right at the bottom, there's two areas. One of them is a capacity issue on the A2, and the other one is safety impacts, not capacity this time, just safety impacts on Lower Road.
Yes.
Is that right? So, there's no other, just so we're absolutely clear, I hope we can be clear, there's no other 116 matters that you put before the inspector. There's obviously lots of stuff, and we'll go over some of it today and next week. But those in the end, that's what it boils down to, so far as 116 of the framework is concerned on your case. Correct?
I think that is correct.
Okay, that's good. And just to be clear about it, you referred, I think it was in the bit where you were talking about rat running. We'll come back to rat running, but just on the MPPF 116 and all of that just for now. You talked in your bits about rat running, I think, about severe impacts on the tranquility of the national landscape. Do you remember saying that about half an hour ago?
Yes.
The extent of impact on tranquility of the national landscape was a matter for Well, it's a matter for other witnesses, isn't it? I mean, we've had lots of evidence on the national landscape and its special qualities. No reason you'd be aware of that, but are you aware of that?
Yes.
Whether or not there are impacts on the national landscape, and if so, how big they are, has got nothing to do with highway safety, does it?
No.
And it's got nothing to do with highways capacity either.
No.
So,
But it's,
although you're using that language of severity, well, you did there anyway, you haven't in your proof, but you did in your oral evidence, severe impacts on the national landscape. It's got nothing at all to do with severity within the language of 116 of the framework, does it?
No,
Yeah.
but it does have relevance in terms of severity if we're talking about transport environmental impacts.
Yeah.
And although I'm not in a position to take any view as to the impact on the national landscape, I am in a position to comment on whether the change in traffic is below or above the threshold.
Yeah, a threshold that you adduced in your oral evidence that you've not mentioned in your proof, but that's not the question. If the inspector wants to know, is Mr. Bamber asserting a severe impact within the language of the framework on roads that are south of the M2, rural roads south of the M2 in the national landscape? The answer is no, he's not.
That's correct.
Which means that the capacity impacts such as they are, or the highway safety impacts such as they are on those roads south of the M2 can't add up to a highways ground for refusing planning permission.
No.
Okay, good. Right then. Now, still in the MPPF, you've referred throughout your oral evidence, lots of it in your oral evidence, about the idea that transport planning be vision-led. At 109 of the framework on page 31, which is it 2 pages back from where we are at the moment, you gave this reference earlier on, I think it was today, the Secretary of State says that at 109 transport issues should be considered from the earliest stages of plan making and development proposals using a vision-led approach. You see?
Yes.
And at 115D, which is a couple of pages on, under the heading Considering Development Proposals, you've got to do a number of things. This is also not just for local plans, also for specific applications for development, so that includes us, obviously. You've got to do a number of things, including at 115D, you've got to show that any significant impacts on the network in terms of capacity, congestion or safety can be cost effectively mitigated to an acceptable degree through this thing called a vision-led approach. You see?
Yes.
And it's the same sort of message at 118 at the bottom of that page. All developments that will generate significant amounts of movement should be required to provide a travel plan. And the application should be supported by a vision-led transport statement or transport assessment. So this idea of vision-led transport planning and travel planning, it permeates the new MPPF, doesn't it? And has done since obviously December of last year. As you've noted in your evidence in chief, the idea of vision-led transport planning is not just left for us all to work out. It's actually defined, and you referred to the definition in your evidence in chief. Just turn it up again. It's on page 80 of the framework.
Yep.
And you've read all of this out already, but just to remind ourselves, this is an approach. It's supposed to be based on setting outcomes. So it's an approach to transport planning based on setting outcomes for development, based on achieving well-designed, sustainable and popular places and providing solutions to deliver those outcomes. That's what it's supposed to do. And then it says as opposed to. Do you see?
Yes.
As opposed to predicting future demand to provide capacity, which is the old predict and provide approach. So this definition is setting out it's a definition almost setting out a distinction. It's saying this is what vision-led is, as opposed to predict and provide that we're not doing anymore.
I've said that already, yes.
Yeah. So this is a fundamental thread in the MPPF as per December of last year. Vision-led approach in transport planning. You'd agree with that? I think you've said that as much this morning.
Yes.
Have you?
Yes.
It's critical. The Secretary of State's going to need to grapple with it on your approach, I think.
Yes.
It's fundamental to everything we've been talking about for the last day and a half.
Exactly.
And so if the inspector turns up your proof of evidence and looks for any analysis of vision-led transport planning, where would she go then?
Sorry, what's the question?
This fundamentally important change in paradigm as of December of last year, the vision-led transport planning. If she wanted to think, right, what does Mr. Bamber have to tell me about this? And she decides, well, it must be in his proof. He covers all kinds of things in his proof.
Well,
The question is, where in your proof of evidence would the inspector go to see your analysis of vision-led transport planning?
I have not provided a definitive definition of vision-led in my proof, but I've spent quite a lot of time today, explaining exactly what it is.
Okay. Now, I wasn't asking for a definition, because luckily the Secretary of State's beaten us to it and she's put a definition in the MPPF, so I'm not asking you for a definition. It having been defined, it having run through every aspect of the MPPF on transport planning for the last, 6 or 7 months, or whatever it is, since December, 7 months. Why on earth, Mr. Bamber, did you not address these critical, what we've all agreed, are critical requirements of national policy in your proof of evidence as an expert witness on transport planning?
Mr. Wilde only put forward a comprehensive description of his views on vision-led and referred that, made his comments on what I'd put in my proof in his rebuttal.
Right.
Now, I haven't had an opportunity to provide a rebuttal to his rebuttal,
Yeah.
which is why I have dealt with that
Orally.
in oral evidence.
That would be a good answer if I was asking you about something that had emerged for the first time in Mr. Wilde's rebuttal. That'd be a perfectly fair thing for you to say, but I'm not asking you about that. And I'll just have one more go, and then I'm going to leave it and make submissions about what you've said in your evidence. The question was, I think it was pretty clear, we've had since December of last year a paradigm shift in national transport planning policy that you and me have agreed repeatedly is absolutely fundamental and represents a shift, paradigm shift to the way that we're supposed to be doing this stuff. I agree that you've dealt with it today, but my question was, why on earth was this change in policy not even mentioned, let alone analysed in any of your written evidence? And that is my question. Did you answer it?
There are many things that I have, fundamental aspects of transport policy and planning, which I have not put in my written evidence.
Right.
What I would say is that it's not for me to put forward the vision for this site.
I didn't ask you to. Just stick on the question. I wasn't saying what's your vision. I was saying, why have you not analysed the change in policy? And is your answer, well, there's loads of things I haven't analysed, and that's just on the list?
Well, my answer is that I have dealt with that point.
Okay,
and
good.
Because I was, my proof of evidence is dealing with what was before me
At the time.
in those submissions that were made available on the planning portal.
Did you have the MPPF before you at the time that you wrote your proof?
Yes, I am fully aware of what the MPPS. I made submissions to the draft on the NPPF. It is
Okay.
not as if I'm not aware of these changes, and it's not as if I don't know what they mean. I know very clearly
Yeah.
what these changes mean.
It's such a shame
But
if
I
you're
do,
so
I
clear on
do
it.
accept
Yeah.
you're not going to find some detailed description of the implications of this in my proof, because I did not
If we
feel
weren't
at the time
interested
that it
in-
was necessary
if not
to do that.
detail, just any analysis at all. So I don't want to put you on the spot. Yeah, detailed analysis, fine, it's not there. But if the inspector wanted any even suggestion that you were even aware of the change, let alone that you'd analysed and engaged with the change, the paradigm shift in your proof, would she find it or not?
No.
Right then. So, I'd like, in the remaining time, to try and dig in a bit more to what sits behind this change that you've acknowledged today, albeit not in your written evidence. The starting point to try and give a hint as to what the government were thinking when they made this change can be found in the consultation that led to the change, the one that you say that you responded to. And we've got that in the relevant page of it in the core documents at 24.7.23, if you could turn that up. It's 24.7.23. It was, that's right. It was belated edition about a month ago. Oh, you've got it in hard copy? Yeah, that's very fortuitous. It's only a couple of pages, Mr. Bamber, but I mean, you'll remember it because you responded to it at the time. You tell me when you're there, Mr. Bamber.
Yes, yes.
Oh, you are.
Yeah, yeah.
Sorry. If you tell me when you've got the documents, then I'll keep asking questions. Otherwise, I'll just pause. So, if you turn in a couple of pages into the document, there's a heading, a vision-led approach to transport planning. Do you see?
Yes.
And at paragraph 7, it gives us a clue to what the point that sits behind all of this is, under the heading of vision-led approach. Have you got that, madam, as well? Good, thank you. Paragraph 7. At present, planning for travel too often follows a simplistic predict and provide pattern with insufficient regard to the quality of places being created or whether transport infrastructure which is planned is fully justified. Challenging the default assumption of automatic traffic growth where places are designed for worst case peak hour scenario can drive better outcomes for residents and the environment. It means working with residents, LPAs and developers to set a vision for how we want places to be, and then we designing the transport and behavioural interventions to help us achieve this vision. This is vision-led planning. Unlike traditional predict and provide, it focuses on the outcomes desired and planning to achieve them. You see?
Yes.
So where we start under vision-led transport planning is with what the vision is. And then we set out how we can achieve the vision. That's what we're trying to do.
Yes.
All right. What sits behind that, we could put that away, thank you so much, is indeed, or at least in part anyway, in part.
Sorry, before we move on,
Sure.
I would just like to add, it goes on, it says, unlike the traditional predict and provide approach, it focuses on the outcomes desired and planning for achieving them.
That's right.
And this gets to the core of what I was talking about earlier on today, that what the NPPF is trying to achieve and require
Yeah.
is planning to put in place the things that will achieve the vision.
Correct. Yes.
Now, if we are going to plan, we cannot plan without knowing what the effects of those things are going to have. It is not a case of just having a vision or calling something a vision and then coming forward with a development plus some transport and behavioural interventions. That is what has happened up to today. That is predict and provide, where we have a development and then we put in some interventions. What I think we're in danger of pulling out of this is just falling straight back into predict and provide. If we are starting from a vision and that is what dictates everything, what I'm saying is that vision cannot be unrelated to what is achievable. The vision has to be dictated by what we can put in place. That is the difference. And that is what the NPPF is urging us, the approach that this is more than urging, requiring us to deliver.
So your understanding of the vision-led approach is that the constraint to it is what can be achieved having regard to what's happened in the past, having regard to the evidence that you say we haven't had regard
It's not
to.
the constraint. That is the opportunity.
Okay, what
because we know from what Mr. Wilde could have done.
Hang on,
put forward.
I don't want to. I want you to try and answer my question. Are you saying that the vision that we all agree sits at the heart of this, of the vision-led transport planning, that this vision should be circumscribed, should be constrained by, related to, fixed by, whatever?
No.
So you're not saying that the vision has to be restricted by what's happened in the past?
You're using the wrong language. You are using restriction, constraint. You're suggesting that the past is a constraint on the future. It's not.
Okay.
The past tells us what has been achieved, what can be achieved.
Okay.
And that is what we need to look at in order to be able to have a vision that is achievable.
So let me put it to you this way. Do you say that the vision at the heart of vision-led transport planning must be set with reference to what has happened in the past?
Yes.
Okay, that's the core proposition. The vision...
And that is why we need evidence.
Yeah, that was what I thought you thought. And I do wonder whether so much of what's happened for the last day and a half relies on that proposition. So what you say is that we look to the past, we set our vision with reference to what's happened in the past, because otherwise it won't be reasonable, it won't be achievable, it won't be those things that you've talked about. I think that's what your proposition is.
Yes.
Okay, let's test it then. So if we get out the tricks guidance note that you referred to in your evidence in chief that sits behind some of these changes, I do understand apparently that there is an academic debate between whether decide and provide is in fact the same as vision-led, and I don't want to get into that one. Let's just assume for these purposes they're broadly pretty similar things, which I think they are. It's 24.7.1. 24.7.1 is the tricks guidance note that you referred to in your chief.
Sorry, 27 point...
Oh, sorry, 24.7.1.
24.7.1. Got it?
Thank you very much. And we'll just give the inspector a few references to take away, in addition to the ones that you've given her already in this document, to test this idea about setting a vision, if you like, with reference to what's come before. There's a foreword from someone called Glenn Lyons, a few pages in. Do you see?
Yes.
Thank you. 3 paragraphs from the bottom of this first page of forward. It starts in short. Do you see in short?
Yeah.
In short, society is in a state of flux with a deep sense of uncertainty about what the future has in store, while at the same time we've decided upon a preferred decarbonised future and must now set about providing the means to achieve this in the face of uncertainty. The way we think about planning for the future is beginning to change and needs to change in response to the circumstances above. He's talked about COVID and lots of other things in the introduction. In contrast to the forecast-led paradigm of predict and provide. We need to embrace the vision-led, there's that phrase, I suppose, paradigm of decide and provide. Decide upon a preferred future and then provide the means to help realise that future that can accommodate the uncertainty. Right?
Yes.
And none of that, I mean, that's just him describing the approach, but there's nothing controversial in there. That's what you understand the approach to comprise that now guides national policy too.
Yes, I mean, the thing that we are going to be talking about, I suspect, in some detail, is what is meant when it says, then provide the means to help realise that future.
Yeah.
And my view is that we need to put the emphasis on what we provide. That is...
Yeah.
The emphasis in decide and provide is on the provide, because we can't decide on something that we cannot provide.
Sure. I'm not sure that is a controversial proposition between us. The controversy is over whether what is offered will have the effects assigned to them in Mr. Wilde's work. But there's no debate between us that decide and provide doesn't just include decide, it includes provide as well. But I think what might be controversial between us is not so much this page, but the next page in the forward. Do you see if you just turn over onto page 5?
Yep.
The penultimate paragraph at the bottom starts, we must not. Do you have that?
Yes.
Sorry. On page 5 starts, we must not. Now, just before I read this out to you, I want to just remind you of the proposition that you said was correct a few minutes ago. What I wrote down is that the vision must be set with reference to that which has happened in the past, and you said yes, that's your understanding of vision-led transport planning. But Mr. Lyons, who's written this, says, we must not let our past approach to shaping the future constrain, so that's his word, not my word, how we approach shaping the future going forwards. Please use this guidance to good effect. Do you see?
Yes.
So the author of this Tricks guidance note is saying literally the opposite to what you're saying about the approach to past trends and incorporating them into a vision-led future.
No, I don't think he's saying the opposite at all.
Oh, really?
If we're going to approach the future in a different way, that doesn't mean that we forget about the past.
No.
We can approach the future in a different way, in a new way, by looking at what has happened. Effectively, that's what the Tricks guidance provides us a template for, how to apply this. Now, this is a forward, it's talking in general terms, it's not talking about the nitty-gritty, but when he says we must not let our past approach to shaping the future constrain how we approach shaping the future going forwards, he's not sort of saying, let me get this straight.
He's not saying what? Oh, sorry. Because you remember what you said? You said that the vision must be set with reference to what's happened in the past, and he seems to be saying that we shouldn't be doing that.
Yeah, that is the difference, I think,
between you and
us.
him. Yeah, between you and the person who wrote this.
Not between me and him. I don't think there's a difference. I think with your argument and my argument, there is certainly a difference. What you're interpreting this as meaning and setting it against what I've said.
I see.
I don't think there is a difference between myself and what's being said here.
Could you explain why not?
Because I am fully supportive of a vision-led approach. I do not have a problem with that at all. Because I can look back at my career and see where the predict and provide approach has been used and how that has led to outcomes which are not as good as they could be.
Sure,
certainly not in terms of sustainable travel.
That's not the question. My question is, you say that you're agreeing with him,
but
my question is how?
If I may finish.
Well, okay.
So I'm entirely supportive of the vision-led approach.
Good.
Where you are, I think, suggesting that what we're looking at is some kind of new way of thinking about the future, I'm saying no. We are what we're looking at is a new way to look at development, unconstrained by the kind of things that we've done in the past, just providing the capacity to accommodate what we think is going to be generated in terms of vehicles normally. So the vision, there can be a vision, and
There can be a vision.
we cannot have a vision without it being founded in our understanding and knowledge of what's happened in the past. If we abandon that, what is the point of us being here?
I think that's
Because the future is not an abstract entity.
Yeah.
The future is something that will happen. And the only way we can work out what will happen in the future is to think, well,
what's happened.
we have the possibility to do these things. If we do these things, we have an opportunity to perhaps get to there. We don't know for certain, hence the uncertainty, but we need to know where we're going. And we can't just make that up.
The problem, I think that there clearly is a difference of opinion, but I don't think it's between you and me. I think it's between you and Trix. Because you've just said, when trying to explain why you agree with what's in this document, and we'll get into some of more detail of it in a minute if we have time, you said the vision must be founded in the past. That's what the word. Use the word founded, and you were saying that when you were giving an answer to explain why you agree with the sentiment that we must not let the past approach to shaping the future constrain how we approach shaping future going forwards. So I suppose I'm going to leave it because you've had to go at explaining why. No. But my question.
Please let me respond.
I'll ask a question. You can respond in a minute. The question is, and it is the last time I'm going to ask, so do try and actually engage with it if you can. It is correct, isn't it, that your approach is not consistent with that in the paragraph that I keep reading out to you on page 5 of Trix. In fact, what you keep telling the inspector to do is the opposite.
No, I fundamentally disagree with that. There is a fundamental difference between the past, and by the past I mean our understanding, our knowledge of what has happened in the past, how a certain infrastructure or a certain measure or a certain change leads to changes in transport. There's a fundamental difference between that and the past approach. Now, what you're trying, I think, is to get me to conflate those two things. I am quite happy that we have a new approach. We abandon the past approach, but I'm not saying that we abandon all our understanding that we get from the past. That is the distinction that means that my understanding is entirely in line with the Trix guidance. I believe it's even in line with this very aspirational forward, and I do not accept that somehow I'm living in the past and don't understand what this is trying to achieve.
Let's get into some more of the nitty gritty, as you called it, of the Trix guidance on this same theme. Section 4 of it is called. It's on page 13.
Yep.
Section 4 of it's called "What is Predict and Provide, and what are the implications of sticking with this approach?" Do you see?
Yep.
So the inspector get there as well. And it begins by noting Henry Ford, who said, or is attributed with saying, "If you always do what you've always done, you'll always get what you've always got." And then goes on to talk about, at 4.1, the predict and provide paradigm. It calls it the rear view mirror, business as usual. And what it's doing is the business as usual approach. It uses past or historical traffic or socioeconomic trends to determine what needs are going to be. It can be perceived as replicating or reinforcing the status quo. it's referred in at 4.2 by the Institute as a scourge. I don't know how to pronounce that properly. And associated outdated assessment methodologies as being a barrier to better planning. Do you see?
Yes.
And given that at 4.3 society is experiencing significant changes in mobility, the digital age, shopping and playing, deep uncertainty over the future transport, the COVID-19 accelerated take-up of working from home, internet-based delivery services, 4.4 tells us that we need to recognise and acknowledge the risks associated with this outdated approach. If we continue to reproduce past solutions based on past behaviours, it's inevitable that transport planning will continue to seek to provide infrastructure that meets previously predicted needs rather than meeting and shaping the transport needs of the future. So all of this stuff that is set out in section 4, you align yourself with it completely, as I understand it. All of this is completely correct, I think. I think what you're saying is that my approach, Mr. Bamber, my approach is consistent in full with what Tricks are telling us.
Well, I mean, there's a few statements there that I would not entirely agree with, because they give a they are painting a picture that is too starkly.
Okay, which bits you disagree? If you work us through which bits you disagree with. So the first bit, 4.1, about the rear view mirror, business as usual, using past trends.
Yes,
anything there that you disagree with?
No,
in
that's
4.1,
fine.
I mean.
No, that's fine.
So 4.1 you agree
Yes.
you agree with. 4.2 is the bit about the scourge and outdated assessment methodologies being a barrier to better planning.
Yes, I can see that.
So we agree with that. 4.3 is I won't read it all out again, but all the changes in recent years to do with different.
Yeah, well, yes, that's fine.
So actually 4.1, 2 and 3 you're happy with. So it's more 4.4 then. 4.4, the risks associated with the P&P approach need to be recognised, acknowledged. And then this bit, if we continue to reproduce past transport solutions based on previous travel behaviours, it's inevitable that transport planning will continue to seek to provide infrastructure that meets previously predicted needs rather than meet.
That is, when it says based on previous travel behaviours, that's
Yes.
where I, as a transport professional, feel uncomfortable.
I thought so.
Because it is suggesting that somehow people's behaviour is going to change. Now, obviously, people's behaviour will change. Mm-hmm. Obviously, patterns do change, and that's fine. We've agreed that should be recognised in the way that we plan.
Yeah.
But the point that where I feel uncomfortable is that there are elements of people's behaviours which are well understood. People try to avoid, for example, people don't like cycling up long, steep hills.
Right.
Okay, maybe that's not a good, because you're going to say, well, what if you've got a
I've got
electric bike?
I've got
which
one.
Is fine.
I've got one. Hills aren't a problem for me anymore. They used to be.
There are relationship. Well, I mean that little discussion we've just had. Case in point, we know that we can overcome some of the problems. If we put in measures.
Okay, so what can't we overcome?
People's reactions to those measures, the way they respond, that's not going to change. If they, the fact that people behave in certain ways, they respond to certain. They want to reduce their costs. They want to not waste time. They want to feel comfortable. All these kind of things, the way that human beings react to things, those things won't change. What will change are those other things around them. My problem with this is this could be taken to devise a vision for the future where we somehow believe that people magically will react in different ways.
You've said magically a few times, or miraculously. I think obviously you're saying that with your tongue in your cheek a little bit, but But, you know, it's not an electric bike might be a lot of fun, but it's not magic, is it? There are things that can actually have the consequence of changing. But even, you know, recent advents like the mass take-up of electric bikes is maybe a good example. You know, electric bikes become a thing, become popular. All of a sudden, behaviours are starting to change because people might, like me, be cycling to work up a hill, not so worried about being drenched in sweat at the end. That's a behaviour changing, isn't it?
No, it's not.
You don't think it is?
That is a technological change.
Well, it's leading to a difference of choice of mode, isn't it?
But the way that...
So that's my behaviour in the sense I'm not driving anymore or getting a taxi.
That's always happened. You know, if we get a new technology, like a bicycle or a new bus or a tram system, or all the things that have the new developments in transport, they have had knock-on effects in terms of what people do. But
of what people do, would that be a synonym for a behaviour?
Yes, how they behave.
Yeah.
But to imagine that people will suddenly start to behave in a different way, for example, rather than getting up in the morning and thinking, well, shall I drive the 2 miles into work? No, I'll walk. For no reason. No reason. They'll just change because people suddenly change. That's not going to happen. Why?
Yeah.
There are reasons why behaviours change. If you just take that one sentence, there is a severe risk that you can, without any justification, start to predict outcomes that will never happen. Because if you adopt this, you're relying on people's behaviour changing rather than putting in place the things that will lead to that behaviour change, i.e. making it easier to walk, making it easier to cycle, making it quicker and easier to use the bus. I mean, these are... If we just assume that everyone is going to start taking the bus because it just, you know, behaviour might change, the answer is, well, tell me why. Why would people do that? Unless we can demonstrate that we've got fast, efficient routes, that we can offer a cheap service, that we can provide good quality buses, that we can have routes that pick people up conveniently, that we can provide good quality information.
Yeah, you're
but
moving into Mr. Wild Evidence in Chief now.
You have to provide these things in order to lead to the changes.
So just to try and... there's a lot going on in your answer, but just to sort of try and pin it down. So you accept, we agree, that we should be planning to achieve changes in people's behaviours. That's a good thing. So we shouldn't be assuming that old behaviours are going to persist into the future. We should be setting a vision with different behaviours, and then we work out, okay, how are we going to make those behaviours happen in real life?
Because we know from past experience how people will react to those interventions.
So if that is so, then you agree, I think, don't you? Even though the bit that you said you don't agree with, you do agree that with what it says in this TRICS guidance, that if we continue to reproduce past transport solutions based on previous travel behaviours, it's inevitable that transport planning will, I won't read the rest of it out. There's nothing controversial in there at all, because we're all agreeing, aren't we, that in fact, we're not seeking to just perpetuate past behaviours, we're seeking to change behaviours, make new behaviours through interventions.
Yes.
Great. So, in fact, 4.1, 2, 3 and 4, all the stuff that we've set out here, that TRICS has set out here, you completely sign up to.
I don't completely sign up to we as I said, I feel uncomfortable. If that's taken as a statement of the approach, then there is that risk that we don't see the connection between interventions and changes in behaviours.
This approach that is described in this document is, in a nutshell, the approach that's made its way into the MPPF. I say in a nutshell because it may be that there are subtle differences between vision-led and decide and provide. But in any event, the move away from predict and provide that's described on this page is what we see in the definition in the framework.
Yes.
And for that reason, we agree, don't we, that it is wrong under the vision-led approach in national policy to predicate an analysis of behaviours on previous travel behaviours in respect to things like trip rates, mode share, whatever, because that's specifically what we're not supposed to do anymore.
No.
Well, sorry, no, I should have asked the question clearer. It is correct, is it not, that we are required now to stop basing our analyses on past solutions and previous travel behaviours. That's the whole point of the change. Do you accept that? I mean, that's...
Well, you previously you said we shouldn't be basing our predictions on old trip rates.
Well, behaviours as to who's going where, how they're getting there. I mean, behaviours. Am I driving into work? Am I working at home? Am I cycling to work? Am I walking to school? Behaviours.
Well, it's probably best not to use the word behaviours and be a bit more specific so we can understand what we're talking about.
Well, I think we're going to use behaviours because of what's in the document that I'm asking you about in the second sentence. I didn't write this. Trix wrote it. If we continue to reproduce past solutions based on previous behaviours, we're getting it wrong. And that's not just what Trix are telling us. That's a position that's now fed into the MPPF in the definition of vision-led planning. Do you accept that?
No, because that's not what the Trix guidance says.
I've just read it out. I've been reading it out for the last 10 minutes.
Well, what it says is that there is a need more than ever to look at the trip generation data to see what's happened so that we can understand how we can change behaviours.
Yeah.
So what it says in the guidance is that we look, rather than just looking at taking a site, say we've got a 500 dwelling site in a suburban location, rather than taking 8 or 10 similar sites elsewhere, coming up with a trip rate, doing the predict and provide where we predict how many vehicle trips there's going to be, and then providing the capacity and the design of the junction accordingly. What this guidance says to us is, well, hang on, don't just look at similar sites elsewhere. Look at better sites. Look at sites with better bus links. Look at sites with better walking and cycle links. See what happens when you use those sites instead. So you look at those sites, you look at the data, and what it tells you is that, well, if we had a better bus service, if we put in good cycle links into the town centre, we could actually bring these trip rates down, these vehicle trip rates. So what the Trix guidance is telling us is that don't be constrained to what's been done up to now in the past.
That's what I said.
Use that data to see what can be done in the future that's better. Why not build sites that are more like the best sites?
Great. I mean, we're agreeing when you say we're not agreeing, but then we do agree. You say don't be constrained by what's done in the past, is what you've just said, which is what I put to you about half an hour ago, and you didn't like the word constrained, but you've just said it. But don't be constrained by what's done in the past. Try and do better. And what that means is that it would be a mistake to look forwards and assume in the future that previous travel behaviours are going to be replicated or perpetuated or continued, because they're not. That's what a vision-led approach is all about. Things are going to change. Right? That's what we're agreeing. You shouldn't just look at the past, see what's happened there and say, right, well, I will assume in the future that things are going to be happening pretty similarly or in the same way.
Sorry, my computer's just gone straight.
Oh, is it? Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, it's come back. No, it hasn't gone.
Have you got it?
Let me close some of these PDFs.
This could be an effective strategy. If you do another 9 minutes of PDF management, we'll be done for the day.
Sorry.
No, not at all. The question, just to remind you, was about the extent to which we use what's happened in the past to make assessments on what's likely to happen in the future. And I think, notwithstanding the fact that you keep telling me we don't agree, that in fact we agree on quite a bit, because we agree, from what you've just said, that we should not be constrained by what's happened in the past when we're making assessments on likely future travel behaviours. Correct?
I would prefer to, rather than putting in those generalised terms, tie it down to that specific example that I gave, which is consistent with tricks, where we should not just treat sites as similar to all other sites. We should be looking at sites with better accessibility, and we should be looking to see what we can do. This is the provide part of it, to make the new site comparable with those best sites, the better sites. So we can do better than we've done in the past. That's where we need to have, we shouldn't be constrained by the similarity. That's where the constraint is, but it's not saying we shouldn't be constrained by everything that's happened in the past, because we have to be guided by what we can achieve, by what's happened at the places where we've got success, where we've got accessible sites.
But if that's right, and we'll come on to the detail of it next week, it's tricky, but I'm splitting it up in this way, but just sort of in a nutshell, if it's right that we shouldn't be constrained by the past and what's been done in the past, we shouldn't just look at sites that have sort of areas that haven't not been as successful. We should look to more successful ones, put in measures to try and make other places more successful, all of that. Then why does it matter so much what history shows us in Sittingbourne? Why does it matter that if you've spent a lot of time analysing census data that's 15 years old, that relates to a particular area over towards Iwood, on the edge of Sittingbourne up to Iwade, and you've given the inspector breakdowns of things like modal share and all of that, putting aside for one moment until next week whether or not any of that actually matters in the overall scheme of things in terms of whether it's 50% people driving or 60% or whatever. Why should we even be doing that? I'll put it another way. Under a vision-led approach, we shouldn't. What you're doing there by focusing so myopically on what's happened 15 years ago in a census is exactly the kind of previous travel behaviours that we're not supposed to be constrained by. Isn't it?
Oh, sorry. The reason I've looked at that information is because that's the only evidence we've been given. And I looked at the evidence and I found it severely wanting. Mr. Wilde has not provided any evidence apart from that data, and that data doesn't even provide a starting point from which we can plan for something better.
Mm-hmm. We'll come back to mode share on Tuesday. One last question on the MPPF, then we're going to, well, I suspect we're probably going to stop at that stage. On the MPPF, I don't know if you've still got it out. Back at paragraph 116, core document 16.1. I've read out. Oh, have you got that?
So
it was just
NPPF.
MPPF 116 of the framework.
Yeah.
Have you? Tell me when you're there.
Yep.
Just a quick question on reasonable future scenarios, which is that last final 3-word phrase at the end of 116. Do you see?
Yeah.
Reasonable future scenarios is the thing that we're supposed to be taking into account. And just for completeness, that too is a defined phrase, isn't it? On page 77 of the framework, if you just flip there.
Yep.
Towards the bottom of page 77, reasonable future scenarios for assessing potential highways impacts, a range of realistic transport scenarios tested in agreement with the authority and other relevant bodies, statutory consultees where appropriate, to assess potential impacts and determine the optimum transport infrastructure required to mitigate any adverse impacts, promote sustainable modes of transport and realise the vision for the site. Do you see?
Yeah.
Now, it's an agreed matter with the Highways Authority, and I can show you if you'd like. I will show you if you'd like, but I'll just put it to you for now. That the scenarios that have been used in the TA in terms of the reference case and the development scenario are indeed reasonable future scenarios.
Well, I don't agree, but I accept that. Well,
You don't like the development scenarios approach to things like mode share, for instance, for reasons you've explained. That's not what I wanted to ask you about. You do not challenge the appropriateness of the without development reference case, do you?
no.
And I'm asking that because that is something that... Sorry. Just waiting for the motorbike. That is something that the Duchy do challenge, not you. Obviously, Mr. Weaver next week, but I just wanted to work out whether or not it forms part of your case, but it sounds like it doesn't. So I think that's everyone other than Mr. Weaver. So I'll be asking questions to him about that next week. Now, about to change topic, madam, so that would probably be a good time. Thank you very much.
Okay,
Thank you.
everybody, thank you very much, Mr. Bamber. You'll, of course, I'm afraid, be not able to communicate with your team over the weekend. And maybe you're quite pleased. Right, okay, well, thank you very much. Have a nice weekend, and we will resume Tuesday at 9:30.